Burlington, Philadelphia. A Beasley Media Group station. Live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5, The Fanatic. And 97.5thefanatic.com.
All right, so the Phillies win a series. Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Yes. We get to celebrate that. And we also get to talk about a story that came out yesterday that we did talk about for 4 hours, but then head coach and quarterback both spoke about it. I'm going to tell you something that I truly, truly, truly feel about that story coming out yesterday. And closure's a big part of it. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
I believe it would be a failure for the Philadelphia Eagles, the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles, if they do not win the NFC East. The Eagles have had a quiet training camp.
And to me, I look at it and say, it's wonderful to have peace and serenity out in South Philly.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Thursday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man John Kincade. Johnny, happy Wendy's Thursday morning.
Oh, sounds good to me.
Yeah, it made it easier coming into work.
It did.
Every single week.
Little less sleep, but I'm okay.
Well, yeah, you were braving the elements, and not the elements of the weather, the elements of staying up for a West Coast road trip. I commend you for it, dude. All you, my man.
Now look. I'll be honest. Tonight I'm going to bed.
Yeah, you should.
Tonight I'm going to bed. And Colby Allard, I'm sorry, but I am going to go to bed tonight.
That's it's not appointment viewing for you.
No,
Colby
I can't.
Allard
And Colby, great. I actually, when he was with the Braves organization, saw him a little bit coming up. But I'm not watching tonight.
Yeah.
I can't do it tonight. Too much. I just felt the Dodgers series was really important.
It was.
And look what happened.
They take
5-1 versus the Dodgers.
Dude, I give you credit. I was texting you up until what? Probably the third or fourth inning.
Yeah, you were in like the third or fourth innings when you died out.
I was just like, I'm done. I can't.
You missed the
I
fireworks.
missed everything. Right, I missed everything. I missed Schwarber's 2 more home runs. I missed Johan Rojas going into the outfield because Austin Hayes left the game with the hamstring injury. Rojas makes the spectacular catch.
Yep.
I missed the fireworks, not just offensively with Kyle Schwarber, but the Nick Castellanos 97-mile-an-hour fastball, the retaliation from Strom. It's playoff baseball, man.
You missed Rojas then beating out an infield single.
Yes.
That ended up then also helping to lead to more runs later in the game.
Yes, it was
and a stolen
big
base. It was great. It was a great night for everybody associated with the Phillies, and for Phillips. That's really, really good.
Yeah,
that's
after his last outing where he got beat up, like that was good from the bounce back against the Dodgers team that is playing good baseball right now.
They are.
The Phillies take 2 of 3. Maybe the Phillies are their kryptonite, man. Ohtani's kryptonite. He goes 0 for 5 yesterday again.
I would have bet anything that he wouldn't go 0 for 5.
Yeah, I know.
42 is your magic number as you wake up this morning. A 7.5 game lead, and looky, the New York Mets are a half game behind the Braves.
Yeah, Braves falling apart.
If the Mets jump the Braves,
That'd be awesome.
Psychologically for the Braves, I think that would be pretty I think it would be a bad thing for the Braves.
Yeah.
If the Mets get up on top of them, they were up for 1 day on them. I don't know. I'm loving it. And 42 is the magic number. And everybody, when I kept saying double down, it all works out.
It all works out because this is ultimately a very good baseball team. And we're going to dive deeper into it as this show goes on because you, me, and Connor have been trying to preach the don't panic, don't freak out. We did a topic last week. Is there anything that the Phillies can do the rest of the season to make people feel better, or have you already made up your mind? And a lot of people have already made up their mind that come playoff time, the bats are going to go cold, the pitcher's arms will fall off, and Rob Thompson is going to make the worst decisions in the history of the world, and they're not even going to win a playoff game.
Well, it was a horribly managed game last night, but we'll talk about that later. And defensively, this team is atrocious. But they won. And it's great news, and it's very, very exciting. And by the way, that 500 mark, play 500 the rest of the way, now they get it up to 92 wins.
That's good. And they're going
to
be better than over 500.
And they're going to get there, right?
They got a stretch coming up where they got winnable games, and then there's another difficult stretch. But they'll take care of business. They're going to win the division. For the people that thought they're going to not even make the playoffs, you guys were lunatics, and I sometimes...
And you say that in the kindest way possible.
No, actually, that one is not, because you just don't look at the rest of the standings and you see that the third wild card team, you're up probably 15 games on. I don't even know. I
think you're up. Honestly, I think you're only up around 10.
Oh, only 10 games.
10
oh
or
my
something
God!
like
How
that.
you
But
know?
still, though,
It's unbelievable.
it's not football, folks.
No,
baseball
the
is
Phillies
not football.
the Phillies will be fine. They're going to be fine, and that's a great series win against the Dodgers. So we'll get to that more coming up in a little bit. But I want to talk about more on the Eagles and the big story that came out yesterday. We're not going to focus on the story itself.
No.
But I want to talk about a legitimate feeling that I got out of it. And part of it was last night when I was thinking more about the story. I listened to the Best Show Ever's interview with Tim McManus. I didn't get to listen to it live at 4 o'clock. I was all over the place with Cooper. But when Cooper was in bed and I had time to sit down, I said, you know what? Let me take a listen to this because I'm sure we're going to bring it up at some point. And it got me thinking about that story coming out. And John and Tom Alford, who's producing the show today, Connor's going out west to the Phillies Diamondback series, which is awesome
Flying
for him.
out to Arizona this morning. Hopefully everything's smooth.
When that story, when I started thinking more and more about that story, as much as it still pisses me off that they peed away an opportunity last year, we said that a lot yesterday, I'm kind of relieved that it's out.
Yes.
I got closure.
We know what happened now.
Right, I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Now, we're all going to have the same reaction. If there's a weird look between the two of them, Herz and Sirianni on the sideline.
A weird exchange or something, yeah.
Or maybe they start 2-2, which could very well happen. If they lose the first game in the Packers, they would then have to win the next 3, all 3 games against the NFC South to go 3-1. I think they can do it, but it's the NFL. They could very well be 2-2. And if they're 2-2 through 4 games, when a lot of people have them starting out 3-1 or 4-0, we're going to see, all right, is there any turmoil between the two of them? So we'll all have it in the back of our minds. But now that the story's out, now that I know it's both of them, they both are to blame, and they both had things to work on, and it seems like they are working on them. John, I'll be honest with you, man. I feel relieved.
I also feel relieved because of this, and it's something I missed yesterday. Because we were doing the story on the fly.
Yes.
We actually were reading the story as it hit in the morning while we're doing a show. Here's something that wasn't in the story yesterday that makes me feel great.
Okay.
There was nobody, and that was a multiple-sourced piece.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody saying that there are residual problems between the two of them.
Right.
Not one person. Not one person pointing out that, yeah, they're still not. And I do not consider, they're not going out to get to dinner together anytime soon. I do not consider that a negative.
No, and John,
seriously.
you've been covering the league longer than I have. How many times do you see the coach and quarterback getting dinner anyway?
It's not there.
Right.
It isn't.
That's what I'm saying.
It isn't.
They might get lunch at the cafe during practice.
Correct. I mean, the idea too is that was my biggest takeaway yesterday. So I go and read it from the beginning again, and I soak it all in, and I say, you know what? Not one person, and they spoke with tons of people on this story, said, yeah, I'm worried about it. Or these guys they still don't seem like they're right, but they're trying to. None of that.
No, it was everyone's kind of moved on.
That made me excited.
So I want to ask this question for you all today. It's 610-632-0975. And Tom, I want to get your feeling on it, and then we'll play some clips for you from yesterday's crazy day because the NFL is the league that never sleeps, and it's always sunny in Philadelphia, right? We always got something going on in this city when it comes to any of our sports teams. There's always drama. There's always a soap opera going on. But I want to know from you guys today. It's 610-632-0975. You can text it. You can call in. Now that you've read the story, now that you've had a chance to think about it, how are you feeling? For me and John, we're relieved. I think there are a lot of people that are still kind of like, this could still be maybe boiling. Maybe it's not fully boiling, but the burner is still on, so it's keeping the water at a certain temperature that if I turn it up just a little bit, we'll start seeing the bubbles. I think there are a lot of people that just don't care. There were people, I was listening to Bill yesterday. I think he ran a poll and 45% of people didn't even care about the story.
Because they don't want to believe that anything is going to derail this season. Bottom line, they don't want to hear anything negative. There's a large portion of the fan base that does not want to hear, they don't want reality.
Right.
They want you to come on the air and they want you to tell you the Eagles are going to win everything's great, they're awesome, and don't worry about stuff that really is important. And yes, the conflict between the head coach and the quarterback, it really is important.
Yeah, it is important, but it seems like that might be
like it's
done.
worked out, yes.
And I think that might be why people didn't care about the story, because they already heard them talk on day one of training camp. But I don't know, like, I got closure. I got a sense of relief. I've weight lifted off my shoulders. So, Tommy, good morning, first of all.
What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Hi, Tom.
So when the story first came, you DM'd me. I already saw it. I may have been tipped off that the story was coming out.
Big time.
Yeah, that's what they call me. You read the story bright and early. I mean, he sent it to me like
I was just
6:15.
randomly up and it popped up. I was like, this is a good time to wake up.
Mr. Wake Up at Night guy, fanatic at night. All of a sudden, he's DMing me at 6:15. I thought I was getting some other kind of DM. It was weird.
Yeah, usually that's 2:15.
Yeah.
New phone, who dis?
So, what was your reaction when the story first came out? And then follow up, how are you feeling now that you've had a chance to really think about it?
Yeah, the reaction initially was, I didn't know when we heard a lot of those reports. We heard a lot of those things in that story, but getting everything together all at once, it was the story I was kind of waiting for, and I think a lot of Eagles fans were waiting for. Like, okay, that was the real problem. We were finally waiting on that article, and it finally came out. And my initial reaction was, okay, both of these guys don't look great based on last year. I think you could argue maybe some look better than the other, whoever that it may be. If it's
I went
Sirianni,
50-50, both to blame.
There was blame last year with both of the parties involved. But I kind of had a similar feeling to you where I'm just like, okay, now we can put this behind us for now. Now, look, if this team struggles, if there's like you said, a weird look or something like that, a weird interaction, John, it's always going to be in the back of our minds. But I feel like for the first time, we can finally just bury last season and truly focus on this upcoming season. And you're right, I am a bit relieved. I'm a bit relieved that this happened because hopefully this can be something that this team grows and gets better off of, right? It's not just something hidden in the closet for this entire season. And, oh, look, 7-1, and then things fall apart again. We have to bring back things like last year.
Right, and I go back to what I was saying before training camp, John. And you agreed with me. I wanted them to hash things out before camp.
Yes.
Because, and I remember people would say, oh, why do you care about this now? The season's not still for another 2 or 3 months. Well, I'd rather it be done before the season.
Get it done. Get it done and be over with.
I don't want there to be beef in week 3. I want it to be done in training camp, and I got my wish. And then when the story comes out yesterday, man, I didn't they knew the story. That's what I kept on saying. That was my message to a lot of people yesterday, because people complained about the story coming out, and we'll let Tim McManus speak for himself. But they knew the story. Herz knew his issues. Sirianni knew his issues. Whether they may have looked at themselves in the mirror and admitted to themselves that they were part of a problem, I don't know. I know Nick Sirianni
I don't believe
did.
either man did.
But who knows?
Necessarily.
All I know is they know what went wrong last year, so it's not like this is news to them. It's news to maybe a lot of people that read the story and got finer details, like the Wink Martindale aspect of it. But ultimately, man, they knew what the problems were. I didn't think that this was going to derail a day of practice or derail preseason week number 1 against the Ravens.
And I don't think it did,
no.
Which is good. And I think that it is a cleansing. It's over. And now they are on notice that this kind of garbage can't happen again.
Oh, absolutely.
But there's all reason to believe that this is all positive. All positive. And that's a big deal.
So people were wondering why yesterday, why the story came out yesterday. Now, I want to credit Tyrone because I think it's great that he asked said question, because Tim McManus joined the best show ever yesterday. Now, first of all, he didn't come up with the story overnight.
No.
He didn't say on August 6th, I'm going to write a big story and drop it on August 7th, right? No, this was something that he'd been working on since last season when we all saw the team being derailed in real time.
Last December and January.
Yeah, he was writing about those games and getting quotes and speaking with people and getting their reaction in the locker room about some of the stuff that was going poorly, like leadership or disconnect between the coach and the quarterback. But Tim McManus was asked about why the story is still relevant, because sometimes you get a story and then it's not relevant and you go, I guess, I'm not going to run with this. It is still relevant, and Tim McManus explains himself.
I think there's relevance for sure, especially because both parties are still here. They went through a tumultuous season, obviously, which was kind of highlighted by the collapse 1-6, but things were never great internally between Herz and Sirianni, based on the reporting that Fowler and I did. The purpose isn't only to shed light on what happened, because I think a lot of people have been asking that question, like, why did the collapse happen, and why is Herz giving weird answers about Sirianni? So, part of it is like, let's get those answers for the people who still have lingering questions about it. But also because, there's a 2024 season that we're staring at right now that's got just so much promise to it. But the two main characters in this story are still here, and they still have to work together, and they still have to coexist in order for this city to have the type of success that everybody's hoping for, and that leading to a Super Bowl title. And so that's why it's relevant.
It's one of the things, too, Andrew, when I hear him say that I think it's something that clip there is something I might want to keep for my students.
Yeah.
Is that because a lot of people didn't get it yesterday. Why are they releasing this now? Why? Oh, Philly media. No, first of all, it's national media. Because that's an ESPN outlet. It's the idea that you source a story. And I think people believe that writers, like Jeff McClain, has every single player's cell phone number in his phone, and that during the offseason he can call up and go, hey, I'm working on this story. Let's talk about what happened during the offseason. He may have a few guys that he has that relationship with. Most guys in the offseason don't want any part of the media. They want to be away from it.
Yeah, absolutely.
They had to wait till everybody got back into town and have a chance to gather it up, cross-reference, and I think the fact that Fowler and McManus worked on the story gives it absolute A-plus pedigree.
And there were parts of the story that included OTAs and the early parts of training camp.
Yes.
Yesterday was practice number 10. Not practice number 500. It was practice number 10. So they had moments from training camp from the first week of it, and we're only entering week 3 of training camp, or we're in the middle of week 3 of training camp. So that's why the story is relevant. Now, both parties, Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts, talked about it. Now, Sirianni wasn't necessarily asked about the story, but I think Sirianni was probably tipped off by the PR staff of the Philadelphia Eagles that do a tremendous job about the story being out. And I think he made a point to give this answer to try to just say, yeah, I read the story. I know what you guys are talking about. Here's what we're working on.
The only way to get better is to really look through the things that you felt like you messed up and get better at them. But it starts with the humility to say, I messed this up. I need to be better at this. If you want a culture of accountability and you're not being accountable yourself, if I want Taylor Sirianni to be accountable and she sees me blaming things on other people at all time, I'm raising a child that's not going to be accountable. Well, it's the same thing with a team. If I'm not accountable to the that I mess up, if I'm not accountable to the things that I mess up, how am I going to expect them to be accountable to what they mess up? That's been day one here. That's just not off-season 2024 going into the 24 season. That's been what I'm trying to do day one.
I respect the hell out of Nick Sirianni for that answer.
I do too. Now, I also wonder,
really
is that
do.
a message to other people as well, not just himself?
Well, I would tell you this, and I've said it before. He has never been shown, maybe he will be this year, he's never been shown the grace that he has shown to guys like Jalen Hurts and others that have messed up. He always takes the blame for them. He always takes the bullet. To me, I hope that changes.
Yes.
Because he's a guy he's self-accountable, and then he's accountable for other people when he isn't even the one that caused the problem.
Now, here is one thing about that
Okay.
I always kind of think about when you bring this up.
Okay.
I love that publicly he's taking a bullet. But what if it's like the complete opposite behind closed doors? And if he says something like that.
No, that's fine behind closed doors.
No, but I mean like casting blame on
Okay,
people.
after the Seattle game, what he should have done is he walked into that presser and was, oh, wait a minute here. He takes the blame for his players. I guarantee you he was expecting that Jalen Hurts behind the microphone would say, yeah, at that critical play, I went off script. AJ and I, it had worked for us before. We decided to improvise. We went against what the play call was. and he didn't.
Yeah, and then it was the next. Was the next day?
No, it was a week.
No,
it was a week.
But when did
AJ went on his?
When did Sirianni do the pass interference thing?
Oh,
was
he did
that
it the next day.
Yeah, that was the Monday presser.
After the game. No, after the game, he said that.
Okay.
Slightly. Then he doubled down on it because his quarterback wouldn't take responsibility for it. To me, he shows a lot of grace to a lot of players. Now, behind closed doors, I would expect him to say, "Yo, what was the damn play call?"
Right.
Why are you going against what the play? And by the way, two guys were wide freaking open by the play call.
Yeah.
It just drive me crazy.
All right, and then here is Jalen Herz. He had a back and forth. He was first brought to his attention, the story, and then him and Tim McManus went back and forth cordially.
They did.
But take a listen to Jalen Herz reacting to the story.
I'm curious to see where is this coming from randomly, this wink stuff.
There was a report from ESPN this morning that said he contacted him.
Before the Bucks game.
Something so long ago. Why is that relevant now?
I didn't write it.
Who wrote it?
I wrote it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, why is that relevant now?
Why is it relevant?
Yeah.
Trying to get proper context from what happened last season so we have a better understanding of where we are now.
Okay. Well, I think for certain things, I appreciate what you guys do and everything you guys bring, the attention and sometimes the understanding. I think sometimes people are only able to know what they understand. Sometimes people don't know what they don't know.
All right, so
here we go again.
We're going to dive deeper into that coming up next.
Here we go again.
Because it is something that Jalen needs to...
He needs to drop this pitch from his repertoire.
Yeah, he does.
People don't know what they don't know. Bull pucky.
And this isn't like, screw you, Jalen Hurts. This isn't any sort of shot, Jalen Hurts.
Just drop it.
It's just a message that he needs to realize because Philly media does have a lot of information.
Yeah.
And your teammates and people that you work with talk. But it's heading in the right direction. I'm relieved that the story came out and I have closure. Speaking of feeling relieved, the Phillies. Was that series a shift in the right direction for you? We dive deeper into that coming up next. Kyle Schwarber was a man on the mission, and Tom Alvord said something that I thought was crazy in our little pre-show meeting. But maybe it isn't. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Bills finally win a series. I'm Tom Alvord, and this update is brought to you by Bradford White.
6:30 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Wendy's Thursday morning. Don't forget, every single hour we will give away a $50 Wendy's gift card.
Wow.
And, of course, at some point, I think maybe in the next hour and a half, we will be devouring some breakfast burritos, Johnny. I can't wait. I look forward to it.
I think it's the only reason why Tom Albert showed up today.
I think so.
Yeah, it wasn't here when I got in. I almost turned around. I'll be honest.
Like, did you think
shocked.
it was going to be here at like 5 in the morning?
Yes.
Yeah, he literally asked when he first walked in, "Isn't today Wendy's Day?" I'm like, "Yeah, man,
it comes
like,
around 7:30.
You gotta wait a little
It
bit.
better. I'll tell you that much.
It'll be here, and it'll be amazing.
Oh,
and
it's
you're
amazing.
gonna love it. I can't wait
Have
for it.
you done the breakfast burrito?
I have not.
Oh,
right, Tommy.
dude, you're gonna pop your cherry today.
Tommy, I will tell you. Tommy, I will tell you that it is the most unique breakfast sandwich out there that is offered in a establishment of its kind.
I cannot wait.
And it's now gotten to the point where we get tweets on Thursdays of like, "Hey, I'm getting my breakfast burrito today."
Yes.
Like it's becoming a weekly holiday for the Philadelphia natives. The Wendy's breakfast burrito Thursday. I can't wait for it. So
That's awesome.
$50 Wendy's gift cards all show today. 4 of them, 1 an hour. We will give away. I'll tell you when to call the contest line, just not yet. All right. So we open up the show talking some Eagles. I feel, John feels, and Tom feels relieved.
Cleansed.
Closure.
Yes,
I mean,
good.
closure's a big deal in any walk of life, whether it's relationships, whether it's the passing of a loved one. Closure's a big deal. Closure can be a big deal for sports, too, especially when we're about to embark on a journey of another highly anticipated season with high expectations. And if I'm going into a season with high expectations, I would like to be in a good place. Like, I don't want there to be turmoil.
No.
I don't want there to be stress about relationships. I don't want people looking over their shoulders. I want to go into the battle feeling great with my brothers in arms, and that's what the Eagles are doing right now.
I said it last night to one of our listeners on an email. I said, I'm just gonna tell you, because he came with the love the show and everything, but I swear Philly media loves it when things are negative.
Nope.
And I said to him, buddy, I can tell you from doing this job for over 30 years, there is nothing better than when the teams are going great.
Yep.
Because it puts more money in our pockets.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm a selfish bastard. More people listen, more people enjoy it. When your team's on a heater like Kyle Schwarber's on right now,
Yeah.
your things are better. We do not wish for the absolute, like, the building to be burning.
No, I've said this.
You want it to be good.
Statistically, the Monday after an Eagles loss is higher rated than the Monday after an Eagles win. But the Tuesday after an Eagles loss is lower than the Tuesday after an Eagles win, because how much bitching and moaning do you want to hear?
I don't want to hear it
win
on a Monday.
If they win, it keeps going on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You're excited on Friday for the next week. If they lose, you're miserable on Monday. You want to listen. You want to scream piss and vinegar. And then Tuesday happens. You're like, all right, I got that all out of my system. I don't need to listen anymore. No, we want them to be good.
Until the next game, nothing really does it for you.
And by the way, we're fans, and I'm happier when my teams are doing well. And I like to be happy. All right? I'm not like some crotchety person. I like to be happy.
I was so thrilled last night watching the Phillies.
Yes, because they won. You weren't thrilled early.
No. And for good reason. And I swear there are Little League.
That Austin Hayes catch was a tough play. It's got to be made, but that's a tough play.
84% caught by everybody. That's And then the 84% on that one. And then on the Marsh one, it was like 80-something, high 80s again.
Oh, no, that was a bad, that's
terrible plays.
That play's got to be made. The Austin Hayes one, sliding, the lights in Chavez Ravine are always a hard thing for people to deal with. I mean, that's been talked about for forever.
I would say to you, this is the one, but you see there, you missed me, though, on the biggest one. I would tell you that there are Little League managers in Delco that would understand 2 outs, young pitcher who already gave up 2 runs in the first inning because of his defense.
Yes.
And they're earned runs when they shouldn't have been. And so the kid's trying to get out of it. 2nd and 3rd, 2 outs, open base, and Freddie Freeman, one of the best RBI guys and hitters in the game, is coming up. You don't freaking pitch to him, period. You set up the force at any base. It's a 2-1 game. Let the kid have it simple. And he fields the position pretty well. And you pitch to Freddie Freeman. I don't get. And you got to see the first at bat with Freddie Freeman. When on the first pitch he jumped it, got a single. That is little league managing.
Now I'll ask you.
That is terrible.
Did you stay up for the post-game press conference?
I did not.
I don't know if Rob Thompson was asked. Maybe they wanted.
Guess what? Now
maybe they wanted to pitch around him and hope that he made a mistake.
Well, they did a bad job of that. There's no there's no reason. You intentionally walk Freddie Freeman, and honestly, a little league manager would walk Freddie Freeman there. You don't let him beat you. You don't let it. And he jumped on. You already saw him jump on Phillips early. He was seeing him. He has a good look at it, and he's one of the best hitters in the game. And
I love Freddie.
And you let him put them up 4-1. I was so damn impressed though with the way they came back, and I credited Dylan McTrollan.
Yes.
I even called him out on a tweet and said, Dylan, because I think he was one of the first people calling it. Nick Castellanos has once again been a savior for the Phillies in a time when they needed him. The unlikely hero has stepped up.
Hi, my name is Andrew Salciunas.
No, I know, but I'm telling you.
And I support this message.
I got you, but Dylan McTrollan has been on this. He's been on this like with tweets every single game.
I got you.
Going,
just because I don't tweet doesn't
Nick's been a lifeline.
I told you he was going to get up to 240, 250. He's at 245.
No, but I agreed with that too. I didn't see him, though, at a time when they needed him most.
Right.
That he'd be the guy wearing the cape. And then when they hit him with the pitch later in the game.
His reaction was baller.
Awesome. And then.
That's a big miss, dog.
And then Matt Strom. And I will give Topper credit.
You didn't think he had it in it, did you?
I guarantee you that Topper said, you hit him. And I loved it. Hitting Lux. He's not Lux. He's more like dead average. Lux. Plunk him again. And I think that those kind of things bond things and create that energy.
Sure, yeah.
So, once again, I'll give the manager credit when things that I like, but things that are absolutely ridiculous, I will call out. So and that first inning defense was...
Oh, it was bad. It was like Brandon Marsh has to make the play.
By the way,
and he's not a center fielder. Johan Rojas is. The only problem is when you have him in the lineup, except for yesterday when he hits the little dribbler and he can beat it out, his bat is such a net negative at times. Yes.
So it's sort of like Bryson Stotts.
I've told you. I've told you. I'm platooning him.
It's sort of like Nick Castellanos and Bryson Stotts. I mean, like he gets on base. He's a guy who can do things. But more importantly, this lineup should be able to sacrifice the ninth hitter to have the best defensive player on your roster sitting on the bench. It makes no sense, but they won the game. It's damn good, and I loved that last night.
Yeah, and hopefully this goes. Hopefully this goes in the right direction.
It was awesome.
Now, Kyle Schwarber, 3 home runs yesterday.
That was unbelievable.
Honestly, the first thing we should say is thank you, Kyle Schwarber, for just being Kyle Schwarber. But Tom texted us something this morning that, like, my first thought was like, all right, we're living in the moment here. But I mean, I don't know. This is something that might be a legit conversation to have. That Kyle Schwarber might be one of the best. Go ahead, Tom. I'll have you say it because you were the one that said it in the text message. I will let you articulate it.
Yeah, well, look, I think we get caught up in a lot of things here that I think we look into way too much sometimes. We worry about where he hits in this lineup a lot. That was a whole conversation for 2 years, the leadoff spot. And last year we worried a ton about the batting average. And look, the batting average was not good last year. We can all agree on that. But when you look at what Kyle Schwarber can do for your team, especially in that leadoff spot, with the power that he has, drawing walks, seeing the entire repertoire of a pitcher, him coming here for the contract he did, I believe it was, 4 years, $90 million off the top of my head. There were guys like Chris Bryant that people wanted much more.
And he's been horrible.
Castellanos was given more money that offseason. He's been fantastic since June, but we know the ups and downs of Castellanos. It's what he does on the field, but it's also the leader he is in that clubhouse, and they talk about it constantly, the leadership that Kyle Schwarber brings. When you look at the other options that could have been signed out there by the Philadelphia Phillies or the other contracts handed out, when you look at some of those guys from the Chicago Cubs, Anthony Rizzo, Javi Baez, Chris Bryant, have all taken a big step down. Kyle Schwarber has taken another step since he's gotten here in Philadelphia. And this could go down as one of the greatest Philadelphia runs with the Phillies of all time. He is one of the heartbeats of this team right next to Bryce Harper. And I just think he's underrated. He could go down as one of the greatest Phillies signings of all time when it's all said and done.
Oh, he is one of the greatest signings.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, Bryce Harper, I imagine, will go down as maybe number 1. Right, because of extended.
Zach Wheeler
you know,
initially.
Well, and I'm thinking position players, but yeah, Zach
Okay,
Wheeler.
okay.
Look, I mean, Roy Halladay, Cliff Lee, these guys were
Sure.
free agent signings, and they were freaking amazing. But for the extended period of time that Kyle Schwarber's been doing it, and I don't know, is anybody quick to get rid of him? I don't think so.
Well, he has a year left.
And until that power starts falling off, because we've seen it. We've seen guys that are, boomer bust hitters like, Kyle Schwarber is. Well, this year he's hitting 261, but I know it's amazing, isn't it?
Now that's incredible when you talk about a guy turning it around like that.
It's the second highest batting average he's had in his career. He hit 291 with the Red Sox in 41 games.
I think I saw something the other day, and I don't think it was Jason Stark. In the 400 at bat club, it's right now on pace for one of the biggest modern era jumps in batting average.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
When it's a certain amount of years in baseball and a certain amount of at bat club, you have to be like there are other people who have jumps that
right, of course.
It's a smaller sample size. What Kyle Schwarber's done is absolutely amazing.
He's a career 230 hitter. He's hitting 261 this season, and still has the power.
I don't want him. I don't like the leadoff.
No, I know. I feel the same way.
But Kyle Schwarber has been excellent, and it is and it really does. It's fun to watch when he gets on a roll. Oh, geez.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
And the OBP is always so high. Even last year, the OBP is always so high.
Yeah, absolutely. So great call, Tommy. And we'll dive deeper into the Phillies as the show goes on. But I want to get to more of this Eagles reaction coming up next. We'll get to your texts and also the message that John, and I agree with John, wants to give Jalen Hurts. Because you heard him in the first segment talk about you don't know what you don't know. We know a lot. We'll dive deeper into that coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli on the Philadelphia
On Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, this Fanatic on this Wendy's Thursday morning. Tom Alvord in for Connor the next 2 days. Tom, as our special guest, give me a number.
3 because of the home runs by Schwarber last
Good
time.
job. I like that one. Caller number 3 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. We'll win our first of 4 $50 Wendy's gift cards. Wendy's new saucy nugs are taking nugs to a whole new level. Choose from 7 different flavors for a whole new way to nug. It's got to be Wendy's, open till midnight or later. At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Caller number 3, 215-263-0975. We'll win $50 to Wendy's on us. All right. John, I want you to give your message to Jalen Herz, and then I want to get to a couple of texts because I know the people are the texting in about today's Eagles discussion. And this goes back to what Jalen Herz said earlier on. Let's play it one more time, Tom. Here was Jalen Herz yesterday. He was asked about the story. And again, we are relieved that the story came out, that we can finally move on. But here is Jalen Hertz's reaction back and forth with the media.
I'm curious to see where is this coming from randomly, this wink stuff.
There was a report from ESPN this morning that said you contacted him.
Before the Bucs game.
Something so long ago. Why is that relevant now?
I didn't write it.
Who wrote it?
I wrote it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, why is that relevant now?
Why is it relevant?
Yeah.
Trying to give proper context from what happened last season so we have a better understanding of where we are now.
Okay. Well, I think for certain things, I appreciate what you guys do and everything you guys bring, the attention and sometimes the understanding. I think sometimes people are only able to know what they understand. Sometimes people don't know what they don't know.
All right, what's your message there, Johnny?
All right, first of all, is that Jalen Hertz has a fine representation team, but he needs media coaching. Because, again, he comes with the, what the hell's going on here? What are people talking about?
Right.
I can promise you the Philadelphia Eagles PR team is exceptional. They do a good job. They're thorough. He sure as hell knew what people were going to be talking about. More importantly, what people know, what they know, and what they don't know. And then he throws in the understand, like they don't understand. Jalen, it ain't rocket science. There's nothing that went on between you and Nick Sirianni that in any way is too hard for someone to understand.
Right.
It was a battle of wills between two people, and your head coach has come out and said, I own it, I wear it, I was stubborn, I didn't do enough to put my team in a good position to win. He literally laid himself out there and said, blame me, blame me. And again, you have the opportunity to do the same, and there doesn't appear to be any self-awareness. I gave Haley great credit this morning. Very self-aware. She told me something. I said, Haley, you are extremely self-aware. That's a great characteristic to have. Jalen Hurts he's struggling with that. That's the only part of his entire thing yesterday that I didn't dig. Like acting like we still don't know the story.
Yeah, this isn't.
No, we know the story,
That
Jalen.
wasn't a shot at Sirianni, the lack of response.
No.
It was almost like a shot of the media of like, why are you guys still doing this?
You don't understand what you don't understand. Jalen, I can tell you. I've been in every locker room. I have been embedded with football, baseball teams, hockey teams. And I can tell you, nothing went over my head in a football locker room except X's and O's. X's and O's, yes. Mm-hmm. Some stuff, when I'd hear a player talk, sometimes I'd be like, I would roundabout to another player and be like, okay, do me a favor. Yeah. Explain this to me a little bit. And then we go, okay, it's the, and I'd be like, okay, I understand it a little bit better. Sometimes I still don't understand. But for him to act like people don't understand human interaction and don't understand a sword fight between two dudes that are both headstrong and maybe not each other's kind of people. Come on, Jalen.
And by the way.
Come on, Jalen.
By the way, the sources.
Sourced.
Multiple sources.
Up and down. And by the way, one of the sources on this story is Nick Sirianni.
Probably, yes.
On the record. One of the sources that explains it all is the head coach of the football team. And you're going to act like, you don't know what you don't know. You don't know what you can only what you can. He throws in what people can understand. Like we can't grasp it. Jalen, what I can grasp is you're an exceptional quarterback. You have an exceptional work ethic. And everybody in this freaking town wants you to succeed.
Yes, literally everybody.
Nobody's against you. So drop the Nick Saban. And this is Nick Saban's programming.
Right.
And I watched it up close and personal many years covering the SEC. The media is not your friend. They're out to get you. They're the rat poison. They're trying to drag you down, which is completely not the case.
Yeah, and the way you respond could lead to questioning. I could think back to the playoff game last year when he was asked, "Hey, Nick's job future or whatever." He goes, "What?"
I hadn't heard anything about that.
It's like, come on, man.
And then he did it again.
Don't play dumb with us. I don't know.
I didn't know. There's talk about his job being on the line.
He said, "I didn't know he was going anywhere." I think that's how he phrased it.
Yeah, don't pee on someone's leg and tell them it's raining.
Right.
Even though it is raining this morning.
It is
so
raining
be careful.
this morning, so you might be able to get away with it. Just don't pee on somebody's leg. All right, we checked the
That's
text.
good advice, Andrew.
We checked the text line heavy coming your way next to start the 7 o'clock hour. Bottom line is, we all feel relieved. We all feel a sense of closure from that story coming out. I want to hear from you at 610-632-0975. How are you feeling now that you've had an opportunity to really sit and think about the story? I think a lot of people didn't even read it at first when we were doing the show and were just reacting to it coming out, and people didn't like the fact that it was out. Now you've had a chance to hear people talk about it. Maybe you yourself have talked about it with friends, family, you name it, and you've read the story. How are you feeling now? I feel a sense of relief. From a specific football standpoint, I'm going to tell you about Darius Slay coming up next. And also, we're going to open up another discussion about winning now versus thinking about the future. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic.
Kincade Salciunas on this Wendy's Thursday morning. We welcome you in. Coming up this segment, we'll actually talk some football on the field play and not necessarily the story about Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. But our response to the story today, because we were reading it in real time yesterday. It dropped at 6 o'clock yesterday morning. We weren't able to really read it until the 6:21 commercial break. So we were, as you said earlier, John, we were kind of reading it live on the air. Like, we were just going through it.
I helped you with all the big words.
Thank you. There were some tough ones.
There were a couple ones. Dean Boardman listening, by the way,
I
this morning,
appreciate
enjoying the show.
Oh, thank you, Dean Boardman. I appreciate it.
But I got you through it.
Yes,
and
you did.
it was insightful. It was but it's hard doing it, reading it as we were doing a show.
Right. So today we get more of a chance to really express our feeling instead of reading in real time. And overnight, late last night, I told you, I went back. I listened to the Best Show Ever interview with Tim McManus after Cooper went to bed last night. And I just got a sense of relief that it's done with. Like, it's closure. I know it wasn't done until people were asked about it first. And it won't necessarily be done until they get off to a hot start. But I don't think anything else has to be brought up. From now until week 1, I think we're done. Correct? We're done. Like, unless somebody else has another story that comes out that they worked on for months, and they should. They have every right to, as the reporters that cover the Eagles, they have every right to do it. But it just feels like it's done. Like, it feels like we had closure yesterday.
And I like it. And I will tell you this, though, on the way out the door, though I consider it a 50-50 proposition of the blame, the fact that Nick Sirianni just lays himself all out there is the biggest source of that story and takes all the blame publicly. And Jalen's still doing you got to understand what you know and understand. I'm like, come on, Jalen. Like, seriously, do better than that.
Yeah, he's got to stop trying to act like he doesn't know what's going on or that we don't know what's going on. But look, it looks like they put it to bed and we're moving forward, and that's great. So we'd love to hear from you, 610-632-0975. Our question for you on the text line and the phone line, now that you've had a real chance to sit and think about this, what is your feeling? Our feeling collectively as a show today is relieved. I'm sure there are some of you that just don't care. And then I'm sure there are some of you that are still kind of walking on eggshells when it comes to the situation at hand. Tommy, what do we have on the text line so far this morning? We'll get to some calls as well.
Yeah, people very, very fired up on the text line, if you will. So let's start with Chris in Morrisville, who says, do we really believe that the Hertz side of this has realized that he needs to adapt the way that Nick Sirianni has? They say it's gotten better, but you still had the answer he gave at OTAs about Nick, and then the back and forth yesterday with Tim McManus. So do we believe that the Hertz side has realized he needs to adapt as much as Sirianni
I think
has?
so. I think Jalen Hurts just thinks too deep sometimes. Like, I don't think Jalen Hurts realized that the story yesterday was necessarily a Hertz Sirianni thing. Like, that clip that we played, right, where he says you don't know what you don't know, that was about him calling Wink Martindale. The question was not, hey, how did Nick Sirianni feel when he found out? Or, hey, how come you went above Nick Sirianni's head? The question was, why'd you do it? Have you done it before? And maybe there is things that we don't know about Jalen Hurts.
And that would have been something that you can learn about.
Maybe Hertz has done this before. He said this. It's part of his process to continue to fill up his cup of knowledge. That was one of the things he said yesterday. So maybe he's responding to the question specifically and not thinking about how this could be an attack at Sirianni.
And to me, look, Jalen, there's so many things to admire about Jalen Hurts, but he's just got to. We have a spot runner right now as Mike's getting ready to return on Monday. Mike Missinelli show 10 o'clock.
Yep.
Where Mike talks about, he goes, he's the AI quarterback. He doesn't really show a lot.
Not the Allen Iverson quarterback.
He doesn't show a lot. Well, he sort of is at times.
Yes.
But the humanity. He doesn't really show a lot of humanity at times. He doesn't show a lot of emotion. He's very guarded. This would be a time to go, please. Let's just loosen up. Loosen up a little bit. And by the way, take responsibility for your part in the mess.
And I think
just move on.
I think loosening up is a big message because I think that may have been part of the problem last year. That it was just miserable. I mean, there was part of that story yesterday mentioned how after they won their first 10 games, there was still a feeling of, oh my God, we lost the Super Bowl, which had been 6-7 months removed at that point. Like at that point, 8 months removed at that point. I get it. That Super Bowl loss was painful for all of us. They had a lead with the final couple minutes left in the game, and they lost it. But losing that Super Bowl, there's the redemption quality, which in the story, Hertz has that mentality this year. He didn't have it last year. It was almost puppy dog eyes, head down for an entire season.
I think, too, though, is that when you can deal with conflict in the workplace. You can deal with it head on. You can deal with it passive aggressively. You can deal with it a lot of different ways. They both handled this poorly.
They both
And
did.
we know that. But it appears that both are doing the things to try to work and move on from it. But some of his antics, I'm just a little surprised.
Now, it's interesting. Chris comes to the table on the text line about, hey, has Hertz really worked things out?
I understand why he asked that question.
Yeah, just because the way Hertz speaks, it's so much. He doesn't just get to the point. Just like Nick Sirianni doesn't get to the point, Hertz doesn't either, but I think he tries to articulate things that we're all kind of like, dude, just answer the question.
Just answer
the question. But Scott in West Philly says it's more on Sirianni. What's up, Scott?
Hi, Scotty.
What's going on, fellas?
Good, buddy.
Talk to you guys as always.
You're the man. How you doing?
So, we'll be here again in 6 months because Kellen Moore will be a head coach for the Chicago Bears because we won the Super Bowl, and someone's going to pick him off our roster, and Nick's going to be given control again and fail. The problem is,
wait, we had a Super Bowl. We won the Super Bowl.
I celebrate that.
Guess what? I'll still be low. I think I may still have.
I'll deal with the drama.
Yeah, I'll deal with it.
Yeah. So, one guy calls up a defensive coordinator to learn how to beat the blitz. One guy wants to expand the playbook, shorten immediate passes, not be so stagnant. The other guy laughed at us when we asked for pre-snap motion.
Yeah.
Let other teams call their plays. Drew, I heard you mention the screen pass to receivers 50 times already.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like we'll be here again because one guy should not be here. And as much as I want to root on my team, and I will root because we're winning the Super Bowl, it's inevitable. Like, it's unfortunate because one guy does not know what he's doing. He should be getting coffee, not leading the football team.
Well, here's the deal. So if they win the Super Bowl, right? I'll say when, like you're saying, Scott, when they win the Super Bowl. Sirianni, there's no way he'll go, you know what, let's go back to what I was doing. No. They'll find some sort of offensive coordinator that kind of has similar methodologies as Kellen Moore, because if they win the Super Bowl, that means Jalen Hurts probably had an incredible season, and they're going to want to try to replicate that any way they can. The Brian Johnson promotion made sense because he was here with Shane Steichen, and you thought maybe he could continue making this offense grow. Then there was obviously the power struggle that we figured out in this story. If Kellen Moore gets another job, they're going to find somebody more like Kellen Moore, not more like Nick Sirianni as the OC.
And here's where I blame Nick Sirianni again. If he did have a part in the hiring of Brian Johnson, when you hire someone, trust them. When you hire when someone's given the job, he needed to trust him, and it's clear that he didn't trust Brian Johnson enough. When Brian Johnson was hired, I was very vocal. I didn't trust him enough, and I watched him call plays at the University of Florida, covering the SEC.
And thanks for the call, Scott.
I never was like, wow, Brian Johnson's going to be this innovative NFL mind, because I didn't think I saw it before. But guys can change. You know, guys can change and learn.
And maybe you should hire somebody you do trust.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, it's unfair. It's unfair to give somebody a job. And that's one thing is a little grace towards Brian Johnson. It's unfair to give somebody a job and give them responsibility and then go, yeah, but we're really not giving you the responsibility. We're gonna, you know, really, I'm gonna second guess everything that you do.
Right.
That's bad. That's bad form on Nick Sirianni. And you got to give somebody enough that they can say, hey, here's enough leash. You might not be able to wander too far, but we're going to let you do some of the stuff you want to do.
And the dynamic was weird because he was the play caller, like I think to other OCs and head coaches. Let's use Andy Reid for an example. Andy Reid's the play caller, but when he had Eric Bieniemy was implementing things. He was coming up with play designs as well. And sometimes he would call plays, sometimes Andy would call plays. And I think they had a great working relationship there where it was, hey, this is my offense. You call it. But if I don't agree with you, I'm going to get on the headset.
And I'm going to
let you know. And, like, I don't know if that was a good working relationship. Do I believe Brian Johnson would have been better if Nick Sirianni gave him all the power? I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, but you know what would have been better? The locker room.
Probably, yeah.
The relationship between the head coach and the quarterback.
But like Kellen Moore
That
comes
would have been
in
better.
with pedigree, and you go, all right, give him the keys. I was not ready to give Brian Johnson the keys.
No.
I was not ready to give Shane Steichen the keys. Nick Sirianni did it himself, and it ended up working out for the Eagles. I'm ready to give Kellen Moore the keys. If I'm an Eagles fan or any team that he's the OC of, you give him the keys to the offense because he's got pedigree and he's done it before successfully.
Brian Johnson, I'm sure he's handling his new duties really well.
He might be.
2 creams, 1 sugar.
Let's go to Derek in North Philly. Derek has his opinion on the story. What's up, Derek?
Yeah, what's going on, man? You know I love y'all, but come on, man. Let's move on. Yeah, we always try to make players who they're not. If Jalen Herz don't want to talk, just let him play as long as he's playing. We got everything new. Brand new offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, players. Let them grow together, and you see he's excited about being a part of making adjustments. And that's the problem with when McManus was here. He didn't want to change. When you see something that's bad, change it. Like, why we keep trying to build him and Sirianni's got problems situation?
Well, because they did.
Well, they did. Because they did.
They did.
Nobody made it up. Nobody made this story up.
Wait a minute. Right. They did. That's the past. We hear.
You don't know. We don't know that because you know what? Only one guy has told us his part of the story.
Yeah. Now, listen to this real quick. Now, remember, he took the blame for that play call with him and Herz and AJ. So how do you want to believe what he say? Like, leave it alone. He took
No, what I'm believing is,
and they admitted, no, we went off script. Like,
no, Derek. What I know is that Nick Sirianni is willing to look like a fool to cover for his quarterback, and his quarterback can't show him the same grace.
But
cannot ever go that extra mile.
And I agree. AJ stepped up, but it still don't make Jalen Hurts a bad person because
nobody's calling him a bad person.
No,
Derek.
I'm just saying as far as y'all wanted him to come out and say it. Like,
yes, I do.
If y'all already made your conclusions on what it is, why does he have to say it? Like, it don't make sense to me.
Because one of the guys has already told us the story pretty much.
Okay,
completely.
So if y'all accept that story, then move on. Like, if y'all didn't accept it,
we are moving on, which is why yesterday's show we took it as a positive, which is why today we're talking about how we feel relieved, but we can't just ignore the story and not react to it, Derek. And thanks for the.
This story's been that way since last year.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, nobody knew the story. Nobody knew the story until yesterday.
Yeah,
and again, I heard that yesterday from a bunch of people. I'm like, wrong. You didn't know these details.
Like the Wink Martindale thing, nobody knew that.
Nobody knew anything like that. And going around his head coach's back to create his own scouting report, that's when that Kevin Byard. I wanted Kevin Byard gone.
I know.
The week he pulled that crap. Can we do our own film study? Can we do our own game plan? Like Kevin Byard, who mailed it in here.
Who made business decisions in a playoff game.
Absolutely. Like he knew better than the coaches. He was a absolute fraud here. Fraud.
Yep. Now, speaking of the secondary, real quick, and we'll get back to all our main topics today, but I also want to mix in some like legitimate football discussion. Even though this is legit, like locker room in the locker room, the NFL is very important. We talk about the Phillies locker room being great, and that's part of the reason why they win baseball games. Same goes to say with football teams. Dave Zangaro put together a list of observations that he made through his 10 days of training camp, right?
Okay.
So we've reached 10 days of camp. Darius Slay does not look like a mid-30-year-old cornerback. Now, I get it. So far, it's training camp. But I feel like we all kind of just assume that at some point he's going to fall off. And apparently it still hasn't reached that point yet.
And you and I were at the and sometimes we see things completely differently. But when I hear people about how bad last year was for Darius Slay.
He was great.
I think I wouldn't go. I'm not going great. I'm going. He was good, and sometimes he was very good.
I'll say this: he played great in the system that they play. That team didn't turn the ball over.
I will tell you this: if anybody is trying to spin to me that Darius Slay was a major part of the problem last year, other than the fact that he blames other people when things don't go well,
right?
Which he does.
And that's got to be worked.
Dump the podcast.
Right.
Again, media training. I'm shocked at the amount of Eagles that need media training. That is so ridiculous. But Darius Slay's, man, I'm not going to underestimate him. Not underestimate him.
No, I mean, apparently he's been great in camp so far.
Looks that way.
I read the story, in a camp right now where A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith seem to be just running wild. Quinyon Mitchell really he's competing better than others. Dave Zangaro wrote that Darius Slay is basically not letting anybody do anything against him. And there was a play against Johnny Wilson, who's got like half a foot on Darius Slay. They both went up for a football together, and Darius Slay broke up the pass. Like, that's at 34 years old, playing that much time in the NFL. That's impressive, man, against a kid with fresh legs who's like 6'6".
And trying to show something.
Right.
And trying to go up against like the old bull. And Darius Slay's not having any of it.
Yeah.
That's that should be one of the biggest smile points. Other than the fact that it is so exciting to hear that Quinyon Mitchell is just like, what do you need me to do? What do you want me to try?
And where do you want me to? And I'll excel at it wherever you put me.
What do you want me to try? What do you want me to do? And he's been burned a few times, like, visible. He's gotten burned. But the fact that the kid is so adaptable and a competitor, that's got to fly well. Because I would imagine trying to impress Darius Slay is a full-time job as a first-round draft.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Absolutely. Darius Slay's had a very successful NFL career.
He has. And it's fun. It's fun. I'm very excited.
Before yesterday, we were only talking about camp and how great it was. The story comes out. We have to react to it. I know guys like Derek want us to just move on. We can't. Like, it's our jobs.
No.
We have to react to the headlines, right? We have to react to the top stories.
And when the quarterback tells you, well, you can only know what you understand, and you don't, and he starts with that fortune cookie crap. It's like, come on. He doesn't make it
I had
easy.
a fortune cookie yesterday.
Did you?
Yes.
What was your fortune?
Oh, it's time to go after like your new interests. And I'm sitting there going,
what new interest do you
I don't have any new interests. I'm a boring dude. Like,
I said somehow, Tom, I've learned in the time that we've been together, I've somehow learned that Andrew is older than me.
Yeah.
I find that the shocking because his hair, a nice, nice brown, and mine the salt and pepper.
Yeah.
But it is new. You got to take something new on.
Well, I
times,
took on fatherhood, so like,
that's new.
Something,
That's
something
good.
new. Well, we're 2 years in. That's old news at this point. All right, give us another text, Tom, and then at 7:30. I'm excited for this because we wanted to get into this yesterday, but the story dropped.
Yes, the story dropped.
The show sheet went out the window yesterday when the story dropped at 6 o'clock in the morning. But I want to get into a conversation about winning now and building and thinking about the future because we had that conversation with the Phillies when it came to the trade deadline.
Sure.
We can also have that conversation about the Eagles at a specific position. But what do we have on the text line, Tom?
All right, you guys are going to like this one. This is from Tim in Harrisburg. This Eagles story is such a nothing burger. You mean a star NFL player and the head coach didn't get along? Shocker. This happens all the time. Leave it to the Philly media to stir up trouble and drama months after it was an issue.
All right, I would
Love
ask
you, Tim.
I would ask Tim, the texter. Let's go to the top quarterbacks in the NFL.
Mahomes and Andy seem to have a pretty good
Mahomes
relationship.
and Andy have a great relationship. Let's talk about in the NFC champs. Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan get along famously. Sean McVay and Matt Stafford get along famously.
Dude, Prescott and McCarthy.
Prescott and McCarthy are tight, and Prescott still, by the way, raves about our offensive coordinator.
Yep. Goff and Dan Campbell.
Goff and Dan Campbell are hugging each other and doing this. To Tim, you couldn't be more off base. You couldn't be more off base. And by the way, Bill Belichick and Tom Brady didn't have problems until Tom Brady became
TB40,
the legend,
TB12,
became TB12, and wanted to bring his own training into the stadium. There was no problems reported between Tom Brady and Bill Belichick in the first 10 years. It was when they brought in Jimmy Garoppolo. That's when the problems began. Brady felt that Belichick was trying to get an insurance policy. That's when their relationship split. You can go watch the whole documentary. They never had any problems.
Right. And
this is a ridiculous point of view that coaches and quarterbacks don't get along. Now, do they have moments?
I'm sure they do.
Sure, all the time.
But here's my thing. To Tim, and look, Tim's not alone.
No, he's not.
We're responding to Tim's text, but Tim's not alone. I get it. There are multiple sources within the story that are probably teammates.
Yes.
Or coaches or executives that they had a problem with it. So,
and some of them more critical of Sirianni.
Yes.
Some of them more critical of Jalen Hurts.
And you
Like,
don't
it's like
want that kind of a locker room divide.
Right. There's people, but the only thing we know is one of the biggest sources of this story is Nick Sirianni himself, and he talks about it.
Yep. All right, coming up next, I have a question about winning now and thinking down the road. We kind of touched on it on Tuesday because we had Jeff McClain on. And Jeff McClain talked about how the Eagles want a specific player to win the battle. By all reports, that specific player is not winning the battle right now. Isn't winning now more important?
It is for me.
We'll discuss it coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas. We'll get more of your text reaction to all of our topics at hand. Andrew DiCecco will be joining the show coming up at 8:10. A lot in store for you on this Wendy's Thursday morning right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Like, everybody likes being right.
Right, and Howie drafted
when you're
him.
right, and Howie drafted him, Howie wants to be right.
But then I also made the case, if I'm Howie Roseman, I could say, look, we believe in the future of Tyler Steen, but we found this first-round bust in Mekhi Becton just out of position. We moved him in the right guard, and look, we saved his career. Like, I can spin it, right?
Okay, that's a good spin.
You can spin it any way you want. You know, same thing with Andre Dillard was a bust. But, man, I got Jordan Mailata, a rugby player. Like, it's easy to spin it as long as you have a backup plan that is actually working. And it seems like the first plan was Tyler Steen to be your new right guard, but Mekhi Becton could be there, and he has gone with the opportunity and ran with it, and that's fantastic. My question for you guys, because Connor brought up the point of Becton being on a one-year deal, Steen is on a rookie contract. If you give Steen the starting job, let's say he plays fine. He still has a couple of years under control in that rookie contract. If Mekhi Becton is tremendous,
you got to know you got to lock him down for a few years.
And it's going to cost him money because right guard, we see what Landon Dickerson got paid. That guy got paid, like what, 4 years, $85 million, something like that?
Now, whatever happens with Becton this year, he's not going to have the pedigree of being able to say, I've shown 2 or 3 years of growth.
Right.
But still, though, it's going to be a considerable payday for him.
It will be. So the question is, what's more important? Is it winning now? And I say win now because of the roster that's built, right? Like if this was year one of Hertz and Sirianni, you give Steen the job, right? You go,
absolutely,
Tyler, you're gonna grow with this team with us. But the fact that you have a Super Bowl prepared roster, a team that could legitimately make a run in the playoffs, if Mekhi Becton is the better option, don't you put all that other nonsense of, oh, we want this guy to win because he was a draft pick. Oh, he's less money if, next year. Don't you put all that out the window if you're trying to win a Super Bowl?
This is where, if you don't watch Hard Knocks, this is why you should watch Hard Knocks.
Okay.
Because I think a lot of people believe that the coach, the GM drafts players and brings in free agents, and then the coach coaches, and then the coach goes in and says, here's the 50, whatever number of guys I want. That's not the way it works.
No, especially with Howie.
They sit in giant boardrooms, and they have debates and discussions about players when it comes down to the roster and about creating a depth chart. They have debates and discussions. They talk to the offensive line coach. They talk to the offensive coordinator. They talk to Nick Sirianni. That's how these things work. So, to me, the agenda should always be win now for this team. It's win now. If this was the first year of Nick Sirianni, if this was 2021,
you go Steen.
And let Steen grow with it.
But then it should be Becton. And
should be Becton.
When Jeff says that the other day,
it bothered me.
I go,
honestly,
you know
it bothered me.
I don't give a damn. Like, I don't care that he was a third-round draft pick, which is, look, that's a day 2 draft pick. Like, it's a big draft pick. And to the point where they barely played him last year. I'm sorry. Screw your feelings about your draft selections. If there is a better option that's on the team now, that guy deserves to play. And it goes back to the Phillies discussion, right? Like, you know how I felt about prospects. I don't freaking care about prospects.
Yeah, you don't.
I don't necessarily care about control, like Luis Robert versus Johan Rojas versus Brandon Marsh, whatever. I don't care about that stuff. I just want to win. And I understand the mentality that you had and that Connor had. And you guys aren't wrong about, look, you have to think about down the road, too, because you don't want to have another 10-year playoff drought. Well, you know what? I want to win first. Like, my first thought is winning the title before what I do next.
I think that's fair. It should be everybody's agenda with this team right now.
Because what's the point of being competitive for 5-6 years but never winning a championship? But, don't worry, we're still in line to be competitive again next season. No, anything. The goal should be championship first and then competitive down the road second.
Correct.
Right? Like,
Bottom line.
I know to get to the Super Bowl, you have to be competitive. Like, I get it. It's like a chicken and the egg kind of thing, right? But here's the deal. If you are not winning the Super Bowl, I don't want to be so childish and say, was it all worth it? But was it all worth it?
No. It's about...
Guys lose their jobs because of it.
Let's have excitement. Let's have an agenda. Let's have the desire to go win it all and to push things right to the center of the table. Let's go for it.
And I think right now that it should be Becton. And we'll see.
It should be Becton.
They haven't played a preseason
If he's earning
game yet.
it should be Becton.
That's what I'm saying. That's the point that I'm trying to get at. All right, Tommy, what do we have on the text line You can text the show. You can call in at 610-632-0975. Again, we're still kind of reacting to the story that came out yesterday. We all have the same feeling, me, John, and Tom, that we feel relieved that the story came out. But we want to get your reaction to it because I know there are a lot of people that are still bothered by the story coming out. If anything, I look at this fully positive. So do you, John.
I do.
So what do we got, Tommy?
All right, we got Scott from Florida here who says, I understand that it's important to discuss the relationship between head coach and your franchise quarterback. But once the season starts, in less than a month, by the way, people grammar, should be the only concern. The field of play, what they do on the field should be the only concern. I truly believe winning is the best remedy to drama in the sports world, and this team is built to win a lot.
Here's
I expect
the only
2024
problem.
to make 2023 a distant memory.
I don't mean to cut off Scott's text and you reading it, Tom. They were 10-1 last year. Was winning the best medicine last season? They were miserable. The story, one of the sources, one of the quotes from the story was that everybody was acting as if their dog died. And that was when they were 10-1. So I can't just say, normally I agree with you, winning is the best medicine. Normally I agree. But if this stuff was happening during the winning, and then it spilled into the losing, and is probably a big reason why the losing happened, if they start 5-0, and Jalen Herz is not liking what they're doing, with even though it's Kellen Moore's offense,
and he's being pouty boy about it.
And Nick Sirianni has his hand, and Nick Sirianni's being stubborn.
Yes.
About it, right?
Yes.
Because that's what it was. We read this story, Sirianni stubborn, Jalen Hurts petty. That's what it came down to.
That's what it is.
If that carries into this season, I can't right away say winning's the best medicine.
Nothing pisses me off more than the idea that somebody is going to, things are going well, and somebody's going to be stomping around because they're either not getting their way or not getting enough credit. Enjoy, smell the roses.
Absolutely.
Enjoy success when you have it, because there are going to be days where you don't. And I'll never understand. That is as selfish as it gets. It's as selfish as it can come. And last year, you had two guys that were selfish about their own agendas.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why they are both to blame.
Correct.
And I'm glad that it's out there, and I feel relieved. Now, speaking of feeling relieved.
Yes.
We feel relieved that the Phillies took 2 of 3.
That was fantastic.
At least I hope. What are the texters saying about the Phillies, Tom? Because it's been a weird season when it comes to people talking about the Phillies. And, of course, when they were losing, and they were losing bad, basically the season was over for a lot of people.
Oh, yes.
Did this series help people out?
It helped out Jacob from Clearwater somewhat, who says, like I said before, I wasn't panicked yet. I am just happy to see they're back on track against another stud team on the road. To win the way they did last night with sloppy play and big names coming through, it reminded me of what this team is capable of. They truly are their biggest own threat, though, not other teams.
I love the fact that
might be true.
Yeah, that was
And
my
you said
note.
it. You
that
could
was in
point
my
that out.
notes.
Yeah.
I mean, Tyler Phillips goes out there and he's trying to rebound off of a bad effort. And the kid goes out, throws 2 fly balls that should have been caught, dropped, not caught in the first inning. He's down 2-1 after you get the early lead. Then they're not a smart baseball team. They're just not. They're just not. They don't play the game intelligent.
They're good, though.
No, they are.
Yeah.
They are. But the thing is, they are their own worst enemy. Their approach to the game is sloppy. And I don't like it when a talented team is sloppy. I don't like sloppy at all. So it's just, they're so maddening to watch it, how they approach things, and it's very nonchalant.
And, hopefully
nonchalant.
this series turns things around and
Yes,
we
absolutely.
can just get excited for
And I
October
think they're
baseball again.
And again, I think they're going to go on a tear.
Oh, absolutely. And hopefully that was the start of it, and hopefully they take care of business in Arizona against the D-backs. All right, coming up next, we get more of your reaction, and there's a tweet that I want to read from our man Andrew Ellis. And I appreciate it because Andrew's very active on social media during the show, and it's about the Hertz and Sirianni thing. And I think it's just a message that we have to get across one more time, and then we'll maybe actually put it all to bed. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Union Soccer.
Sepulveda, their number 9, inside, saved by Blank, saved by Blank, stopping.
This 97.5, The Fanatic. I know normally at 8 a.m. is when I wish you the safe trip into work. But
Maybe today early?
Yeah, I just saw our old buddy Brian Seltzer, who used to work at The Fanatic way back when.
Very talented guy, that Seltzer.
And one of the nicest people you will ever meat.
Oh, I found him to be such a jerk.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, he's one of those deadheads that's a jerk, right?
He's a great guy.
He retweeted a traffic photo. There's
Okay.
accidents everywhere because it's been raining all day. So just be careful driving today. Just take your time. Leave a little bit earlier if you have to. I know it's raining, and once one drop of water comes out of the sky, people's driving IQs collectively drop a lot. Just drive safely today. That's all. I'll give the message a little bit earlier today.
There you go.
All right, let's check the text line about these topics that we have on hand today, both Eagles and Phillies. But I want to read this tweet from Andrew Ellis. It's a fellow Drew, so I have to get to it.
He's a good dude.
Quote, "We can't wait to put this Herz Sirianni thing we've been talking about for over a month to bed," end quote. Maybe the last day today. Next day, still the main topic. The first 2 hours of the show, let it bleeping go already. Get new material.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, Andrew, first of all.
Come on, Andrew.
Yesterday, we literally had to talk about it to the point where Herz and Sirianni were asked about it.
Amen.
And they were prepared that they were going to be asked about it, so they answered it. We don't necessarily love what Herz said because stop acting like nothing's going on. Something happened. Doesn't mean it's still happening. It could be over with. But today is our next chance to react to what those people that were involved in the story. Remember, the press conferences happened at the end and after our show yesterday. We're taking this as a positive.
Yes. Yes. We both are looking at this, and Tom, we're looking at this as okay, it's finally out there.
It's closure.
And now this team can, and they're showing all the signs of being able to put it behind them.
Right. I mean, that's why camp's been great. And so, Andrew, I would get it if I came on here today, or if John came on here today, or if Tom came on here today, and one of us had the take of, oh my God, this is going to carry into the season, and the Eagles are going to go 6-11. I would get why you wouldn't want to hear that. But we're taking this as a positive, okay, it's done, it's out there, it's closure. I now have a sense of weight removed from my shoulders, and I can just go, all right, I'm still not happy with how it played out, but now at least I know.
And again, if you ignore what is going on, give me a break. I mean, if you're ignoring what's going on, give me a break.
Well, an Eagles fan,
don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. Talk about the Baltimore preseason game tomorrow. Talk about something else. No, when the head coach and the quarterback finally, and they both had to come clean yesterday to the whole thing. I was very, very impressed with Nick Sirianni, and I got to tell you, I wanted a little more out of my quarterback.
Okay. And look, Eagles fans can try to ignore it. They can try.
If you want to ignore it.
And that's bury
stick your head in the sand and just be.
Hey, look, I do that about politics. I do about that a lot of things in life. You know what I mean?
You and I, kindred spirits on that one.
So it's some people handle certain things differently, and this is something that I'm not going to ignore, but I am also looking at it from a positive way. All right, what do we have on the text line, Tommy?
All right, we got Mike in Turnersville who says, we may have thought the new OC and DC hirings were due to bad ending of the season. Tim's article showed another reason for the OC change. Herz needed a stronger, experienced offensive coach to not only mentor, but to also provide new direction. Tim's article was very insightful.
Yeah, it was insightful because to that point right there, I mean, now that Brian Johnson and Sean Desai are gone, everything's fine.
I'll tell you this. I'll move my position as I get information. I look more favorably now on Brian Johnson than I did before the whole story
came out. Maybe. Not necessarily the X's and O's guy.
No, but I do feel he got screwed.
Okay.
In that it's clear, and it appears clear from Nick Sirianni and from Jalen Hurts, that he wasn't being given a chance to spread his wings enough. That he was getting some of it, and he was playing both sides of the fence because he was trying to keep his boss happy.
Right.
And he was trying to keep Jalen Hurts happy, who, by the way, got him the job.
It was a big part of it.
And so he's trying to serve two masters And whenever any one of us does that, it's a failure.
Yeah, it's hard.
It just doesn't work like that.
Yeah, and so, it's good to pay attention to these things because hopefully now with Kellen Moore's new role and now that Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts may have hashed things out, we don't get to these problems that led to, here's the one thing that I really don't get, John. The people that are upset by us talking about it or it being brought up or anything, it led to the downfall of a 10-1 season.
The worst collapse in
history.
Modern history.
Correct.
The worst. So again, this is, if you think it's a non-story, it's because of the fact you just want to be, I don't want to hear it. No, I think they're going to the Super Bowl. No, I don't want to hear it.
Let's say this is the exact same story following the 2022 season. I would get somebody going, well, look, that bad relationship, they still got to a Super Bowl, so why should I care about it? Fair. But the fact that it was a historic collapse, that's why it has to be talked about. That's why it can't be ignored when it seems like those were the main reasons. And I've said a million times, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again today, bad linebacker play was not the reason why you collapsed.
It was part of the reason the team sucked, but a breakdown of communication between your two most important people was part of the problem.
Two most important maybe in sports, John, not just football, it's sports.
And for everybody who wants to go, hey, quarterbacks and coaches don't have to get along, we just rattled off the best quarterback-coach combos in the game. They get along. This is the oddity. This is the strange situation. This is the outlier. This isn't the norm. And both grown men have to find a way to fix it.
And it looks like they're doing that, which we appreciate. All right, coming up next, Andrew DiCecco from Inside the Birds will be joining us at 8:10. We'll talk to him about the story, obviously, that came out yesterday. But we'll also talk football. And I can't wait to talk about Darius Slay. Because apparently, according to Dave Zangaro, this guy does not look like he's a 33-year-old corner, and then he looks like a 23-year-old corner with still the same talent that he has had in his entire career. So we'll talk some football with Andrew DiCecco. Today's headlines with Tom Alvord come your way at 8:05, and a whole lot more. Don't forget, 8 o'clock hour means another Wendy's gift card on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
3 dingers for Schwarber. I'm Tom.
This Thursday morning, almost said Wednesday. Wendy's Thursday morning here on Kincade and Salciunas. We hope you have a safe trip into work today. I mentioned it last segment. A lot of accidents out there because of the weather, so drive safely, take your time. On a day that should be a joyous day because the Phillies take 2 of 3 against the Dodgers last night. They should go into Arizona and hopefully continue this momentum swing back in the right direction. And we're celebrating the story that came out yesterday on ESPN.com about Jalen Herz and Nick Sirianni, not necessarily celebrating what happened, but celebrating the fact that it came out and we got some closure. That's what we're celebrating.
Yes.
Today's Joyce Day. It's a Wendy's Thursday morning. I had my breakfast burrito. I'm in a great mood.
I just, I can't understand it again. The idea is like one of the gentlemen here on Twitter, I was just responding to, Michael. And Michael says, this is like a National Enquirer story. I said, no, it's not. National Enquirer stories are fake. This is real. And numerous people have confirmed it. This is a completely different story. And no, yesterday morning when you woke up out of bed, you did not know this story.
No.
So
we knew that there were issues.
And we both are seeing this as a positive.
Yes. That's the biggest thing.
We're both seeing it as a positive. It's not a negative. I don't believe it's going to derail the season.
Now, I know there are people that think this story means nothing. And so we got to today's headlines in a couple of minutes. Andrew DiCecco from Inside the Birds will join us at 8:10. But a man who I really respect in his football intellect is Michael in Yardley. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hi, Michael.
So you think this story is a nothing burger is what it says on the screen?
Yeah, I think it's a nothing, but I'm at the same conclusion you guys are. I'm happy now, but I'm only happy because Nick Sirianni basically got fired this past offseason.
Yes.
He basically got fired with the OC and the DC that we've brought in. He's relinquished his power that he has had in the past, and that's the only reason why I'm happy moving forward. Let's be honest. Herz has been around great coaches his whole life, right? Starting at home, Lincoln Riley, Nick Saban. I felt like last season he felt like he was being gaslit. Like he knew what good offense was. He knew that they weren't doing that. And he's looking around like, yo, what? Like, is this real? Like,
yeah, John made that point yesterday that, you know, the whole Saban and Lincoln Riley thing, and then he sees the way Nick Sirianni conducts himself on the sideline with success, but not as much to those guys' credit.
No, and I understand too. And plus, it's the coaching behind the scenes. I guarantee you, Nick Sirianni, the fact that he couldn't save his own offense 2 different times in his career tells me he is not as qualified as a head coach as a Saban or a Lincoln Riley.
100%. And you went and named a bunch of head coach quarterback combinations, but all of those coaches, McVay, Andy Reid, let's be honest, they're respected for how well they coach, how good
they are.
Those coaches. So, you know, Herz couldn't have that. And you saw that with his responses about Nick Sirianni's job security at the end of the season. You see that with his responses. You see that by him going outside of the building to say, hey, am I being reasonable with saying that this offense is not good? Like, am I being reasonable saying that we need extra help?
Okay, then
other coaches.
Then show me the introspective moment. Where is his introspective moment where he says, you know, I lost the Jet game on one of the worst throws. It was on the NFL Network's top 5 worst throws of last season. Don't blame somebody else for that. He lost the game. Where is his introspective moment about the Seattle game where instead of just taking the easy throw and giving his chance at team to win, he goes the other way? So, I mean, I get you on Jalen. He had every right to be frustrated. But I haven't heard the introspective, you know what, though? I need to be better, too.
And you're 100% right, and that's why I give Herz a little bit of the blame. It's not 100% on Nick, and I think they sort this out this season with the mediator of Kellen Moore in between.
Right, and that's great, and I think we all are on the same page, Michael. And thanks for the call, man. We appreciate. I always love talking to Mike. I've been talking to Mike for a long time.
Level-headed.
Yes, very much so. But here's the deal.
Yes.
He said the story's a nothing burger, but then he said from the story, Sirianni got basically fired. Herz is to blame. And they brought in a mediator. So the story is something. Like, that's not a nothing story.
It's a more tumultuous offseason than any NFL franchise has had. Any NFL franchise has had.
More than any ever?
Yep. No, this year. They had the most tumultuous offseason. Head coach and quarterback feuding publicly.
Well,
Come on now.
At least they all want to play. I mean, I see some teams like the Dallas Cowboys have a lot of issues too.
Yeah, they all want to play. They all want to get paid.
Yeah, exactly. and hey, Jalen Hurts got paid. All right, it's time now for today's headlines with Tommy Alvord.
Today's headlines.
Tom Alvord. Damn it. Missed that.
That's all
What's
right.
going on,
I
boys?
appreciate the effort.
I got to get a new one. How are we today?
What's going on?
Good. All right, here we go. So, obviously, big Phillies win yesterday in a big game by Kyle Schwarber, but it didn't get started without Kyle Schwarber. Let's listen to that first home run of the day.
Phillies than anybody else. That one's out to left. That's pretty well hit. Hernandez is going back on the run out to the scoreboard, and it is gone! Opposite field leadoff home run for Kyle Schwarber. And right out of the gate, the Phillies take a 1-0 lead. 11th leadoff home run of the year for Schwarber.
11th of the year. That ties the most in Phillies history for a single season leadoff homers with Kyle Schwarber from last year. The single season record, 2003, Alfonso Soriano.
That's incredible.
There are 48 games left. He needs 2 more to tie, 3 more to break it. Does he do it?
Yes. I remember I asked you and Bobby this like less than a month ago.
Okay.
And he was only at like 8 at that point. He's now let off what? 2 in the last week?
He's on a tear, man.
I think he's let off the game with a home run in the last like 7 games. If he does another one like that, let's say he has another week where he leads off 2 games with home runs, that ties the record. And then he just needs 1 more.
And there's going to be some of those AAA pitching games coming up.
Sure.
Yeah,
They have 7 left with the Nationals. They have 6 left with the Marlins. There's some games coming up.
And I know it's easy to just say, oh, well, maybe pitchers won't just throw to him. Look, what do you want to do? You want to lead off the game with a walk?
No.
Like, that's the thing. That is the one. I don't like Schwarber in the leadoff spot.
I don't either.
I don't. But you have to be so careful with this dude that do you really want to start the game with a runner on first base? You want to try to get him out, and it's boom or bust, and some days you're starting the game easily with 1 out. Some games you're down 1-0. That's the danger of him being in the leadoff spot, even though I don't necessarily love it.
Yeah, there's a lot to love right now. That one we're not loving.
Well, it's not going to change, so it's just kind of just deal with it.
And that's my mindset. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's like the DH. It's like, it's inevitable. It's going to happen. You know that Kyle Schwarber, when the lineup comes out, is going to be batting leadoff, no matter how you feel about it.
Harper not out of his slump, by the way. He had that one night. Now it's still he's got to shake out of it.
He looks better. All right, last one here because we got DiCecco coming up. We've been talking a lot about the story, obviously, but John said something earlier that piqued my interest. I have a question for you based off it.
It is so exciting to hear that Quinyon Mitchell is just like, what do you need me to do? What do you want me to try?
Where do you want me to? And I'll excel at it wherever you put me.
What do you want me to try? What do you want me to do? And he's been burned a few times, like, visible. He's gotten burned. But the fact that the kid is so adaptable and a competitor, that's got to fly well.
I think all of us agree he's probably your slot corner to start the season, correct?
I would think that's probably the safest place for him, absolutely.
If everybody's healthy, playoff game number 1 for the Philadelphia Eagles. So think about the entire season and how he grows, if you will. Where do we see Quinyon Mitchell playoff game number 1 for the Birds if they and when they make it?
Well, if they're in the playoffs, that means he did a good job in the slot.
And if they're a playoff team, that probably means that whether it's Keely Ringo or whether it's Isaiah Rodgers, that's worked out too.
Yeah. So
that's my guess, is that would be the case. Boy, wouldn't that be a great scenario?
Yeah, it'd be fantastic because you have Isaiah Rodgers for cheap. You have Keely Ringo still on your rookie deal, and you have Quinyon Mitchell early, first year on his rookie contract. So that's look, it's exciting that all of a sudden they might have some depth at a position that we haven't seen depth at in a long time. Let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. This man has a busy day ahead of him. We're the appetizer for him. Then he's got to come in about an hour probably, and he's going to be doing the show with Bill Colarulo today, 10 to 2 on middays from Inside the Birds. Yeah, Lex Luthor. It looks good on him.
It does.
From Inside the Birds, and of course here on 97.5 The Fanatic, Andrew DiCecco joins us. Andrew, what's going on, man? Good morning.
What's going on, guys? Good morning. No appetizer. You guys are the main event.
Wow. Well, what are you telling the Bill then?
Love that.
We're the main event. You then Bill's sloppy seconds, I guess. All right, so Andrew, we're talking about the story that came out yesterday about Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. I want you to talk about it. Let's get it out of the way, and then I would love to talk training camp with you. But your reaction to the story coming out yesterday on ESPN from Tim McManus, and do you think that a lot of stuff is now behind them?
Well, I thought it was a very comprehensive deep dive into what we were all exposed to last season. Obviously, there's a lot more clarity, but being around it as often as I have last season, Andrew, it was something that you obviously got the sense that there was a lot of tension there, but maybe not to that magnitude. There was obviously friction between the head coach and the quarterback, and that tends to, when you have a dissension there with two prominent figures in the organization, it tends to trickle down. And what you saw was it really bled into the rest of the roster, and I think that's where you saw the disconnect. But I think right now what you're seeing in training camp, everything's always good in August before any meaningful games are played. You see them riding around the golf cart. It seems like everything's good, and it will be because winning cures all. But when you hit that stretch of adversity, what is this going to resurface again? Is this something that we're going to be talking about again? It's something that's always going to be lingering as long as these two prominent figures are here in Philadelphia. But I think right now I haven't seen any sort of any residual effects of what went on last season. And I think a key figure to this is Kellen Moore in being that mediator who can kind of be in between be that bridge between Sirianni and Herz.
Is there a chance that a position group that has had so much turnover, that secondary, so many young guys trying to prove themselves, maybe by November, December, we're talking about being the strength of the defense?
I think so. And what it really comes down to, John, is development. And what the Eagles have done in the offseason is add a veteran coordinator, and obviously in Vic Fangio, who's been doing it for 40 years. But they also added a young defensive backs coach in Christian Parker, who's 32 years old. He's a fast-rising coach, one of four coaches that Sean Payton tried to keep from the previous regime. So that speaks to his ability to teach and communicate. And that really they're hallmarks of Christian Parker: communication, explaining the whys behind the call. He's also a younger coach, so a lot of those young defensive backs talk about relatability, which I think is all going to blend together, and ultimately I think you're going to see the Eagles' defensive back room elevate as a result. But early on, I'm seeing some positive returns from Quinyon Mitchell in the slot. You're seeing Isaiah Rodgers, who missed a year of football, really doesn't seem like he missed a beat. And you're seeing guys like James Bradbury and Avonte Maddox seemingly transition to safety with relative ease. So I think right now what you've seen is pretty encouraging.
I don't know how much of a role he's going to have in his rookie season, but I feel like he's not been talked about much because there's no position battle, and there was a huge offseason signing at this position. But talk about Will Shipley a little bit and how he could fit in a Kellen Moore offense.
Yeah, glad you asked about Will Shipley, Andrew, because early in camp he flashed, both as a receiver, as someone who showcased some decent vision as a runner, and even as a pass protector. But ever since that open practice, he really has struggled in pass protection. I can remember a play off the top of my head where Nakobe Dean drove him back into, forget if it was Kenny Pickett or Tanner McKee, for what would have been a sack. Jeremiah Trotter's been getting some pressure on him in the backfield and gave him some good pops over the past couple of days. So that's an area that if you're not really proficient in that, you're not going to see the field early. And as a result, Kenny Gainwell has had a really good summer. So I think Will Shipley has not been able to fend him off, but I really like what I've seen from him in terms of his receiving ability, his explosiveness. He's a lot more explosive than Kenny. When he gets the ball, he heads upfield, and he tries to make the most out of each play. So it's something to watch in the preseason, but pass protection is something that he's going to have to master before he really factors into the offense.
Looks like 70% chance of rain during the time that the game is supposed to go down tomorrow night. How much do you believe that is going to dictate how much we see of the veterans?
Yeah, I might need a canoe to get there and get home. But I think you're going to see, defensively at least, I think you're going to see a lot of veterans play because they're largely unsettled at the second and third levels of that defense, at linebacker and that second cornerback spot opposite Darius Slay. And they're really the only way to gauge where some of these players are in terms of their development is to put them out there in a game situation. But on the offensive side, John, I have a hard time envisioning any of those prominent players being out there, especially given the circumstances of the weather. But also, there's a lot of continuity there, except for maybe right guard and third wide receiver. So I don't know what getting a handful of reps is really going to do to kind of show you where they are at this time of the year. They also have joint practices coming up on Tuesday, which is really where you're able to use that as a measuring stick. It's in a controlled environment, and I think you're able to kind of ascertain a lot more in those open practices. So I wouldn't anticipate.
Well, Andrew, let me ask you, like the controlled environment, I totally get it. It's a buzzword that ever since the joint practices have started, that's been the buzzword, the controlled environment. Isn't an uncontrolled environment also beneficial to getting ready for a football game? I know you're not going to show your best offensively and defensively during the preseason. I'm not naive to this. But one of the things that I'm very curious about, Jalen Herz will now be calling out the blitzes. He's going to be the one scanning the field as opposed to Jason Kelce. In an uncontrolled environment like a preseason game, and if it's raining, if it's a monsoon on Friday, I don't want them out there. I don't want them to risk anything. But maybe preseason week number 2, it's perfect weather. Wouldn't it be good for him to be able to call out a few blitzes, especially in terms of communication with his offensive linemen?
Yes, but I would also say that in an uncontrolled environment, that's not conducive to preserving health. Whereas in a controlled environment, you're able to dictate what you want to see, what you want to
Week 1's uncontrolled, dude. Like, that's the one thing I disagree with everybody. I'm sorry to cut you off. Week 1's uncontrolled. I'd rather be prepared for the uncontrolled on week 1 and not all of a sudden have to wait till week 5 to see if they figured things out.
Preseason play, preseason success does not correlate to regular season success. That's what I would say to that. You're not going to be able to gauge anything in the preseason and be able to look back, I don't know, week 6 and say, hey, remember in week 1, glad they played in week 1 of the preseason. You know what I mean? Like, I think that these joint practices hold a lot more value than you're giving it credit for.
Oh, I know. I do believe that they have value. I'm not saying they don't have value. I just think, again, it's a controlled environment. And I'm not saying you have to play in the preseason, right? I bring up the Chiefs all the time because they're the best team in football, but I know that the Eagles were in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, and they played one offensive possession. We had Adam Schefter on yesterday. He said there is absolutely zero statistic about what is right and what is wrong. It's just something that I have a belief in, and it's something that I think, working hard is good, and practicing is good.
Yeah, I mean, there's no argument there. They do practice. They've had some of the longer practices that actually the longer practices in the Nick Sirianni era. I think Darius Slay said it was the hardest training camp he's had as an Eagle. So like they're definitely putting in the work, but I don't know that you can really use the preseason exhibition season as a gauge. They're putting in a lot of work on the practice field, which I'm seeing every day. They're putting in a lot of work in the film room, and they have joint practices. So there's a lot of data there to be able, if you're the coaches, to do that evaluation.
Are you feeling better about this team than you were a week ago after things you've seen in the last week?
Yeah, I do, John, because you get the sense that there's the environment's a lot better. It's upbeat, it's optimistic, so you're not really seeing any remnants of what happened last season. Everybody's putting that behind them. You have coordinators that are commanding rooms, and there's a belief in what they're doing, and everybody just seems to have a lot more, a hop in their step, and everyone's playing fast and aggressive. And that's all good and well. That's what you want to see at this time of year. But ultimately, what matters is what happens September 6th when they take the field in Brazil.
All right, last thing before we let you go. We appreciate it as always. Tomorrow will be the first chance for a lot of Eagles fans to see, because I don't know how many people were locked into the Hall of Fame game. But it might be the first chance for a lot of Eagles fans to see the new kickoff return. Yeah. Have you seen anything in camp where we might know who's going to be the return man? Because is it Britton Covey? Like, what are they practicing right now in camp?
Oh, great question. So I would give you a couple of names to keep an eye on. Isaiah Rodgers has gotten the first looks every time at kick return. Then it's been either Kenny Gainwell or Will Shipley, and Britton Covey's mixed in as well. But I would have to say right now Isaiah Rodgers has the inside track.
Does that preclude him from being the starting corner?
That's the interesting layer here, because presuming he is the starting corner, I don't know that you want to subject him to injuries. I mean, that's
I do not.
Right there.
I do not.
Like, gone are the days of B. West returning kicks when he was also your number one weapon offensively. Like, it's a risk. That's interesting.
It really is, and it's been really consistent. Like, he's been out there every time that they're doing kick return drills. He's always the first guy up. But that may also kind of show you that they are still unsettled at that cornerback spot, even though Isaiah Rodgers has started with the first team 7 of the 10 practices. So that's something that bears watching.
Interesting. Andrew, listen, man, we appreciate it as always.
He's in
Thanks for
today.
coming on. He is in today. We'll see him ourselves, and then you'll be able to listen to Andrew with Bill Colarulo during the midday show today, 10 to 2. Thanks as always, man. We'll see you in a little bit.
Appreciate you guys.
There he is, Andrew DiCecco on the Comcast Business Hotline
Nice
from
sitting in the
Inside the
parking
Birds.
lot.
He probably is. He wants the Wendy's, man. I can't
He knows
blame
it's
him.
a Wendy's Thursday.
All right, coming up next, I want to react to some of that, like the Isaiah Rodgers thing. That's fascinating to me.
Okay, Isaiah Rodgers scares me. That scares me.
Let's react to that. But also, Dan Orlovsky is on vacation right now, I think.
Down in Sea Isle.
Yes. He put out a video in response to the Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni story. I want to play it for you. And I want to know, is this a legitimate question / concern, or is he just maybe on vacation and he's taking hits of things or drinking or whatever? We'll react to it. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Bills complete the comeback. I'm Tom Alvin. This update is brought to you by Wendy's. Wendy's new saucy nugs are taking
8:30 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm having a...
Stories of childhood.
Yeah, we're having a therapy session in here with my stepbrother, John Kincade, because he's been adopted by my parents, even though they don't know about it yet.
They're going to find out.
They'll find out. Just show up to the shore.
We're dropping in last week when we go down the shore.
Yeah, it's Friday.
We're planning on just dropping in. When's Sunday dinner? What time is it? Like, do we?
I think they just go, to the beat of the drum, man. Because they're on the beach all day.
Okay, I got it planned.
When they're hungry, yeah, I know.
That's good.
Well,
we're going to meet at the Elks.
Again, don't forget, you're adopted. So
we're going to meet at the Elks.
Yeah, you can meet at the Elks. My dad will be there. Don't you worry.
I was telling you that
it won't be hard to find them.
It won't be. They'll be there.
Trust me. It won't be hard to find them. By the way, coming up today at noon, so in like 3.5 hours, we have our next online ticket raid. So coming up at 12 o'clock, go to 975thefanatic.com while you're listening to Bill Colarulo and Andrew DiCecco and Ray Dunn for your chance to win FanFest tickets. We all know about FanFest. It's coming up Saturday, September 28th at Xfinity Live, presented by our friends at FanDuel Sportsbook. All the hosts will be there. We'll have guests. We'll have legends. I asked our boss, our program director, Scott, yesterday, hey, can you give me some deets? And hopefully we'll be able to give you some more details coming up soon on the air.
Yeah. But he said, look, information's coming.
Yeah, and I can't wait. FanFest is always an absolute incredible time.
I appreciate the last week of September.
I know. You've said that multiple times, and I don't disagree.
The heat, I can't.
Yeah, this will be better.
Even though I found, since doing double chemotherapy last year, I have been on the golf course now. I've played 6 rounds of golf. Every day has been 90+ that I've golfed just by coincidence. And it hasn't bothered me.
Well, no, because you're happy to be outside.
No, but the heat hasn't affected me the way it used to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I may be Spider-Man.
Maybe.
Something like that.
Maybe.
It might have been, you know what? If you don't like the heat.
Got some weird blood transfusion.
Something happened.
They snuck something in you, John.
Dr. Sprandio may have used me as like a guinea pig. Something. It's awesome.
We shouldn't say that. He probably wants more customers as long as everybody's healthy.
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So yesterday, the story comes out, the Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler ESPN story about Jalen Herz and Nick Sirianni. And it was eye-opening, right? And that's why we talked about it a lot yesterday. That's why we talked about it today. But Dan Orlovsky of ESPN, he's on vacation. You said he's in Seattle right now?
He's in Seattle.
All right. He had a different thought about this, and it's something that I did not think about. You did not. You didn't say it, so I don't know if you thought about it. Have you heard? Did you see this video?
I did not. I saw commentary on it. I did not listen to it.
Okay, so you'll hear it live, and I'm sure a lot of people will hear it live for the first time because this wasn't on ESPN. This was his personal Twitter account. He's on vacation. Big news comes out, so he posted on social media. But take a listen to what he's questioning when the story comes out.
All right, so with the reports coming out about Jalen Herz and Nick Sirianni in Philly, and I love Philly, so much love for them. With the new reports out about last year and the dysfunction relationship-wise, that means the last 2 starting quarterbacks in Philly there's been issues with. In the locker room, front office, leadership, personality, whatever. At least reports are that going back to Carson a couple years ago and now Jalen, that there's issues with the starting quarterbacks. Like, what's going on there? What's going on that back-to-back starting quarterbacks that have been highly successful, almost won MVPs, one in a regular season, one in a Super Bowl, get paid, and all of a sudden then there's reports of issues with the person, the personality, the leadership. They want too much. They get too much power, all that. That's the most concerning part to me. Obviously, Philly has to fix it for this season, but trying to figure out why that's happened 2 times in a row, that's something that needs to get resolved and resolved quickly.
All right, so is that a legit question/concern, or is that he's on vacation, he's not working, so maybe he took a hit of something?
I think that Dan was clearly reaching, and to me, if you tell me there are issues with the Jalen Hurts and then Carson Wentz, explain to me the common thread of each story. I don't think there is one.
Now,
I don't think there is one. I think you're reaching if you're looking for a common thread.
I can act as a tinfoil cap guy if you need me to. Now let me.
No, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you for the source of the conversation?
Right, like I don't actually believe this, so let me get that out of the way real quick. But I'm somebody that can put the tinfoil cap on. I'm somebody around 8:30 every night where my mind wanders because Cooper's in bed, and I've been able to. Yes, thank you, Tom. You get me?
What is it, windy outside?
Yeah, it's raining.
Okay.
Sometimes I can think, and I was thinking about this video yesterday, and no, I don't agree with Dan either. I think it's also a bit of a reach. But there is one constant, and it's Howie Roseman. And the constant is that Doug Peterson and Nick Sirianni were not these highly sought-after head coaches. There is belief that both were hired to work for Howie Roseman.
That's
Howie
fair.
Roseman calls the shots. Howie Roseman picks the coordinators. Howie Roseman does this. It is the Howie Roseman production. Remember Diana Rossini? We played that clip not that long ago. She reported that Howie hired Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio, which we all believed.
Yeah.
Nobody believed Nick Sirianni that he was the one that made the hiring, but she finally said it. Nobody actually said it until she reported.
And nobody discounted it.
Right. So there is a constant with both quarterbacks, Wentz and Hertz, that Howie Roseman's the GM. He drafted Carson Wentz. He made the incredible trade from 13 to 8 to 2 in order to get him.
Yes.
He was the one that drafted Jalen Hurts in the second round when everybody else passed on him in the first round. And then he was the one that traded away Carson Wentz and made this guy the franchise quarterback, paid him the $250 million. How many times have we talked about Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons were maybe allowed to do whatever they wanted when they first got here because the Sixers were just excited that they finally had new life? Maybe Howie does have a certain relationship with the quarterback that is, I don't know. Like, you go over there, Nick?
Yeah, the only thing is, though, is that I don't think that there's been at least documentation where Howie has treated Jalen the way he treated Carson Wentz.
I remember the fathead in his office.
Carson Wentz
fathead, yeah.
I don't believe he's done that with Jalen.
Okay.
And I don't believe that...
Well, because he probably learned from his mistakes.
Correct. And the thing is that I think he has learned. I mean, Howie's made a ton of mistakes in his career. He's reinvented himself multiple times.
Yes.
And I admire that in people.
I do too.
Like I don't know. I know people will say, "Oh, he screwed this up or he screwed that up." I admire people who can learn and adapt and change things up. But to me, I see no parallels between Jalen Hurts and Carson Wentz.
Look, I don't agree with it either.
Carson Wentz was not a leader. I said it before. Carson Wentz could not lead a bachelor party to a strip club.
Hold on. Hurts' leadership has been questioned.
Yeah, but there is one difference. The work ethic of Jalen Hurts is there. The follow me, everybody get on my back is there. The working out with the offensive lineman when he was a rookie and everything was there. Carson Wentz wasn't that dude.
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't. He was awkward, socially awkward kind of dude, and it didn't work. I see no parallels. I loved Carson Wentz.
No, me too.
I enjoyed the Carson Wentz experience so much till I didn't. But to me, I have zero concerns that Jalen Hurts shares common DNA with Carson Wentz.
Can I give you another tinfoil hat?
Welcome.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
I like
welcome.
this.
So that wasn't a sound effect.
Yeah, sure.
That was live.
Yeah,
there we go.
That's right. Don't listen, Scott. All right, so Howie Roseman, obviously, he was kind of down in the dumps here in Philadelphia after how the Super Bowl ended and some of the decisions that were made, especially with the Carson Wentz stuff. He gave Carson that contract. It was a big contract. I think he kind of saved face a little bit when we heard the rumors and heard what Carson Wentz was like behind the scenes. Howie Roseman, a few years later, gives Jalen Hurts a big-time contract. Jalen Hurts regresses last year, whether it's the fault of the coaching staff, himself, a combination, whoever it may be. That is a big contract with a lot of cap money. And what if Jalen Hurts regressed another season this upcoming year? You get some of these sprinkles and reports out there.
Oh, dude, remember Schefter? Schefter by himself multiple times.
He kept bringing it up.
We didn't even ask him, hey, does Jalen Hurts need to have a good year? He would go, by the way, Jalen Hurts needs to have a good season this year.
I think that's why Nick Sirianni's back.
And
because they knew a lot of this blame went on to Hurts too.
I think that those reports come from somewhere. And Howie Roseman cares about, of course, the Philadelphia Eagles. And
cares
Jalen
about
Hurts
his image.
He cares about Howie Roseman first. So if things go poorly, which I don't believe is going to happen, and I know you guys don't as well, with Jalen Hurts this year, Howie's got to save face a little bit. And what better way to save face than, he was a little bit of an issue in the locker room and didn't get figured out.
Did you not bring your tinfoil cap in today, John?
I did not. No, you have hair like this.
You want to hit?
Jesus did not give me this hair to put a tinfoil hat on. I'm just telling you.
All right. So
But,
you don't wear tinfoil caps.
It's a Michael Coletti haircut, by the
You
way.
don't participate.
No, I do not.
In certain extracurricular activities.
Even when I'm offered it legally by doctors.
You don't even drink coffee.
I don't drink coffee either.
Weirdo.
Yeah, it is weird. It is weird.
You should this morning,
what's
man.
weird?
I had the shakes.
No, what's weird is I don't drink coffee. I don't smoke cigars. And two of my favorite things in the world are the smell of cigars and the smell of coffee.
Yeah.
I love the smell of
very odd.
a good coffee house, and I do not drink it.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. But no, the cigar
I'm
thing, like I stopped at an early age smoking cigars. Like it's just,
You did.
I was like, I'm not cool. Like this is like I don't need this.
I
was on a golf course. It was like 90 degrees outside. And I was like, man, it's hot. Like I don't need this. And that was the last time.
My brother does. He's part of those cigar on the golf course thing. So whenever I get cigars, I just pass them on a dock.
Yeah, that's smart. Yeah, I do the same thing for my dad.
Can't imagine.
I go, here you go,
I
Dad.
can't imagine in the heat.
No, oh my God.
I can't imagine.
That's when I
doing it.
stopped.
I
That
can't
was the
imagine.
last time I ever did it. I was golfing. It was hot out. I was like, oh God, I don't feel
No thanks.
good. All right, coming up next, we get more of your text reaction to today's topics. But also, Tom, I'm glad that you're here.
Thanks.
You didn't say that. Oh, go on.
Well, this is for a very specific reason.
Okay.
We're going to talk to John Kincade, and maybe we'll have Brendan Gunn involved in this as well.
I hope so.
Because the two of them are anti-youth sports, anti-youth happiness, and I would say anti-American.
You are so skewed.
Two commies will be on the air coming up next.
Uh-oh.
It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update on 97.5.
9 on Kincade Salciunas. I'm ready to put the gloves on. Brendan Gunn, I need you to approach the studio. And Tom, I don't know where you even stand on this, so this could be a 3v1 battle. And we'll get to the Eagles discussion coming up in a little bit. We'll get to more text messages. I promise you that. But I saw an exchange. I love when our friends, this show, respond to one another on Twitter. Because it shows that we're all following each other and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So I see a tweet from Brendan Gunn. Am I the only one who hates the Little League World Series portion of the summer when they take over ESPN? I don't feel like watching this stuff. John Kincade responds, it's ridiculous. Let's get another close-up of a kid crying. The father's trying to get camera time by pitchers' mound visits. The analysis of 12-year-olds.
It's ridiculous.
What do you hate about it so much?
If I didn't have a job, my tweet would have been expletive-laced the whole time. That's how much I dislike it.
Why?
Because it's first of all, again, I would rather watch, if I'm a network, I'd rather watch anything than watch a bunch of kids. The Little League fields are not packed with anything but parents.
Yeah.
That's for a reason, because nobody gives a damn about it.
I would rather watch Michael Wilbon trash Philadelphia.
Hold on a second. If nobody gives a damn about it, it would not be on TV every single summer for as much.
Oh, they're looking for programming at this time of year.
Well, yeah, I know, but if it was horrible, if it was losing money, they wouldn't be airing it.
No, they've got people that are willing to advertise on it and things like that. They get it's huge. There's WNBAs on television too.
Okay, I got you. So
I mean, they gerrymander the age. They got 14-year-olds out there that are beating up on little 12-year-olds. There's no rhyme or reason to the age limit that they have.
Did you play Little League?
Yeah, no, my team stunk. Drexel Hill Little League.
All right.
We never had a chance.
Do you wish you had a chance, and do you wish that you would have played in Williamsport?
I did, but then I turned 13.
Would you have said the exact same crap that you're spewing now if you had that opportunity?
So I went to bed one day, and I became 13, and I grew up, and I realized that not everybody's going to make it. And then I realized, we probably didn't make it because the parents in this Little League ruined it all.
You're going to blame the parents.
And another one. It feels there's every one of those parents that they show. Not everyone. A large percentage of them are the guys that are it's the travel ball, and he's got a personal hitting coach at 9, months. and he's got to play 150 games a year.
4 DeMarini F2s in his bag because that's what he needs to hit a home run. It's ridiculous.
Even though the vast majority of major leaguers didn't partake in that travel ball cult that is pushed.
Well, hold on a second. That is pushed. This is not the travel ball cult.
No, this is an all-star. Yeah, but this is all-star teams.
Yeah, you that
are put together
voted on by your peers in Little League.
No, parents choosing.
We did kids voted. In my Little League, the kids voted for the best players.
I would say that's the exception, not
I'd say that's incredibly the exception.
Okay.
I would say there's a couple.
And I'm going to tell you, too, I don't believe that the parents...
No,
I'm sure the parents had some say. Like, don't get me wrong.
Most Little Leagues, like half the kids on the end of the bench, they're only there because of who they know. Their dad's the coach.
But you don't think it's like I love that this small town from Wisconsin is in their regionals and their
Genoa City, Wisconsin.
Sure, I love that kind of stuff. That's cool.
I like that story, but I feel like half of the time it's not that. It's a team that's coming from.
All right, so you're focused on the parents and all. I get it. Look, there's some annoying parents. I literally flipped off one of my teammates' parents once, right? In high school.
High school.
In high school. Because the guy was an ass to high school kids, all right? The guy was a douchebag to high school kids. So I get what you're focused, but that's one in a couple. And by the way, when it comes to I like watching the games. You know why? They're not.
You enjoy watching them.
It's something that I
outside of the story
and
the
guilty pleasure.
Stuff, you put that
you know
on.
why? Because they're just freaking playing baseball.
And every game
they don't have money coming in. They don't have these deals. They don't have NIL deals. They're just playing baseball.
I'm going to be careful with what I say too, but there's a lot of soccer flopping going on out there sometimes. When people are going to the home plate and the kid's safe, and then the catcher sits there and he cries for 30 seconds.
You got to get the close up.
That's normal. That's normal kids. The first time you ever got hit by a pitch, you probably cried.
Andrew, I'm going to tell you this. I can, and my memory a little longer back than you guys. Broomall Little League,
Stinks.
I do not remember kids crying in Little League.
Oh, dude, I had a kid in my
No, I
league
don't like. Okay,
who
if you got
played
hit,
D1 college.
if you got hit, I could get it. But I'm talking about kids crying and everything. Come on.
I had a kid who played D1 college baseball that every time he got out, waterworks. Every time he got out. The guy played Division I baseball. There's some kids, they're kids.
Yeah, I mean,
you guys are bad-mouthing kids.
That's why I'm trying to be careful with what I say. But, dude, it's not good television. I'm trying to learn what's going on with the birds in training camp. What's going on
Watch the
around
NFL Network or listen to 97.5 The Fanatic.
Yeah, I do that. I do that. But sometimes I want to hear.
Tom, are you anti-America?
John, Brendan, you sound wrong. You sound ignorant, un-American. And I'm right there with you. Serious, you guys. It's so boring. Who
It's so
cares?
boring.
Boring.
It's bad baseball.
Dude, it's they just play bad baseball.
God,
Yeah,
it's
bad
terrible.
baseball.
Dude.
It's like John's watching the Phillies or something.
Once you start do you not watch the international pool? That's good baseball. Trust me.
I no
You
interest
mean with
whatsoever.
like 15-year-olds?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
Playing,
they practice. They
Yeah,
play
but they're
every
not
day.
playing. But they're not 12-year-olds. You can look at them. There's come on, Andrew.
What?
Come on, Andrew.
Why, you think there's
Yes. Guess what? It's already been documented that
They're
it's
cooking
happened.
the books?
It's happened many times.
Yeah, where's Danny Almonte?
Danny Almonte.
That's right. It even happened to American teams.
you guys are horrible. I love
By
the
the
Little
way,
League World
do you
Series,
believe?
man.
Do you believe the age of Major League Baseball players? That,
Not half of them, no.
yeah, exactly.
But then
Thank
I
you very
believe
much.
some of them. I don't
Thank
know.
you. Some of them, yes.
You guys are
Good job,
horrible
Brandon
human
and
beings.
Tom.
All right, coming up next, we get back to our topics on the day. We reset the show. We get to more text messages. And also, we preview Phillies D-backs because let's see if this momentum can continue. If it can, that could be a big deal for this baseball team because this series was a huge one for them. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic.
97.5 The Fanatic. Working with a couple of communists who are anti-Little League World Series.
By the way, you were ratioed on this in a huge way.
Yeah, by three people that are anti-American. That honestly, Scott should look in with himself and the previous pieces of management that have hired you guys, and realize that they hired people that are, I don't know, spies.
Sort of old school.
Russian spies.
Old school. Like it's the.
You guys are anti-American.
I did see.
Dude, we argued during the break. John's like, oh, I saw them last year dancing.
You know the graphic where they put up for every player, and it's like their favorite major league player and everything, and it's like, and then their walk-up song.
Okay,
I'm like,
that's cool, man. Good for them.
That's great. Yeah,
he was ripping their dancing. I was like, they're kids. They're 11.
Dancing down the line as they hit a home run and stuff like that.
They're on TV for the first time ever.
Yeah, and that's what they're doing. And that's what they're doing.
But here's the thing. But no, this is good. Ultimately, it's good for baseball because the seriousness of baseball that has lingered for far too long is finally starting to die.
No, I love bat flips.
And it starts at the age of 12 now.
No, it doesn't have to.
Do you remember?
It does not have
Carlos Santana, the Phillies first baseman.
Yes.
Oh, yes. I know who he is. Yeah. Yes.
So he played with the Pirates, I think, last year, and he hit a walk-off home run. And he danced basically the entire way from third to home, and his entire team was waiting for him at home plate. And that was awesome. And I'm pretty sure the next game he probably got plunked. And I was like, well, that's ridiculous. You gave up a walk-off home run. It's not his fault that he danced down the third baseline.
I told you, one of my favorite interviews I ever did got into it with Brian McCann. Big time. Over his old school baseball
he's
stance.
very old school,
And when he came back to the Braves, I'm interviewing him in spring training. I'm like, well, what are you going to do now that you have Acuna and Albies as your teammates?
Right.
And I said, are you going to teach them the right way to play the game? And I had known Brian since he came up through the ranks, so I could get away with being a little flippant. He was not having it. And we went back and forth. And he was like, the game does change, John. And it changes.
Well, you want to put an end to it with kids.
No, I do. I do think, look, Andrew, I coached a long time ago in high school, but my teams did not do things like other teams. And you know what we did? We went out and we kicked a lot of other teams' asses, but we had a way we conducted ourselves. And I think you can teach kids to play the game the right way.
Well, they're all at the Little League World Series conducting themselves the way they want to conduct.
That's what they do.
So clearly they're pretty good.
Yes.
He wants to walk up in suit and tie. Look, all right, time for my baseball game.
As much as I don't enjoy it and don't watch it, it is cool that it's on TV. The kids get to go through these moments. It's once in a life. I have no issues with that.
And the kids become memes. They love that. They love the crying kid becomes a meme for the rest of his life. Yeah, they love that.
You know what? My biggest beef with the Little League World Series is the umpire crews behind home plate are horrible. You could throw a fastball 8 inches off the plate and you're getting a strike call because they want to get home.
Yeah, but that's the human element. You like that.
Yeah, that's worse than Little League. All right, that's it for our Little League World Series discussion
that was
today.
Fun. Yeah, it was good.
Okay, so still to come on the show, we have the Key 3. No press conferences today, so nothing at 9:40 or 9:45 like Sirianni did yesterday because he's always late. So the rest of the show is yours at 610-632-0975. We'll preview the Phillies and the Diamondbacks coming up later on this segment. But I want to check the text line off of our topics today. And here's what we've gotten into. From an Eagles standpoint, we had 2 topics. Number 1, the story that came out yesterday. Now that you've had time to think about it, how are you feeling? And the 3 of us, myself, John, and Tom who's in for Connor the next 2 days.
Just today.
Just today?
Oh, really?
I'm sorry. Brandon's in tomorrow. My bad.
Brandon's in.
We all feel relieved.
Yes. It's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
We look at it as a good thing.
Like, I know nobody wanted to. There were a lot of people, not say nobody wanted to. A lot of people didn't want to read the story yesterday, right? Like, people were upset that it came out, upset with Tim McManus, which I think is ridiculous, right? But I'm going to look at it as, all right, it's out there. It's out there. We're done. Like, we're done. Like, the story's over. We don't have to think. I don't have to speculate anymore.
No, we don't.
Like, I now know what went wrong with the 2023 Eagles. I now know what one of probably the biggest reason of what went wrong. And so I can say going into 2024, I hope and I believe that has been worked on. And if they are working together on a respectful level, the final sentence of the story from Tim McManus was somebody within the Eagles building that said, are they going to dinner together? Hell no. But do I believe they can work together and it not be filled with hatred? Yes. That alone, that line right there, excites me for 2024.
I believe if Nick Sirianni truly has turned it over, that he's not going to meddle too much with Kellen Moore. It's clear that there is a ton of respect between Kellen Moore and Jalen Hurts as far as game planning and things like that.
Yes.
As long as Nick Sirianni doesn't feel the need to constantly meddle or override in their relationship, I'm expecting great things.
Yeah.
And you know what? That means Nick Sirianni learned, and hopefully there'll be times where we're going to see the Jalen Hurts learned from this experience too.
And the other Eagles discussion was the tinfoil cap Dan Orlovsky clip that he posted. And I don't think he's crazy.
No, but I think
I just don't agree with it.
I think it's a ridiculous comparison.
Yeah, he's saying, wow, what's going on with Philadelphia that the second straight franchise quarterback is having issues with the team. The second straight franchise quarterback is now all of a sudden maybe not a great person. Like, what's going on there that's happening again?
First of all, I don't think anybody, and I'm just speaking for myself, and when I'm around the organization, I've never heard anybody accuse Jalen Hurts of not being a good person. I've never heard that. So I don't think that's like sort of a flawed thing. I think they were clear from that story. There were people within the building who thought Jalen Hurts could have been better last year as far as how he conducted himself.
Right. And the leadership qualities.
And you know what? I'm of the belief that a 25-year-old is not cooked.
Right, I agree.
I think a 25-year-old is not fully baked. By 28, 30, I expect them to be. But 25...
I'm still learning in life.
Yeah, I know.
Like life in general.
You are, but I'm teaching you. And you're coming along slowly. But it's working. I mean, it's the idea, though, that it's the... I don't expect Jalen Hurts to be a finished product at 25.
Right.
And considering what I saw in that Super Bowl 57, damn. When he is a finished product, I don't know what it's going to be, but I think it's going to be great.
Jason checked in on Twitter saying, don't think Dan Orlovsky was wrong with this video. Every quarterback in Phillies has had to go through, quote, they are the guy, players gravitate to them until it's a losing year and leadership is questioned. Hurts now, Wentz after 17, and then he goes even McNabb and Jaws. But like let's not correlate McNabb and Ron Jaworski with Wentz and Hurts. It's two totally different. Like the ownership group is different, right? Like so much has changed. But I get what he's saying. Like, oh, they're the guy. They're our franchise quarterback. And the second they lose, it's that leadership that needs to be worked on. So I don't think Dan is totally crazy for saying it.
No, and believe me, Dan has good connections within the Eagles.
Yes, he does.
He does. He stays connected to this community. But I would just say is that any correlation between Carson Wentz and Jalen Hurts, I think, is a fool's errand. I don't believe the two men are anything alike. I would not want to go to war with Carson Wentz. Some of the attributes he brings to the table, Jalen Hurts, sign me up.
Yep,
sign me up.
I'm with you. And then when it comes to the Phillies, I think to steal the best show ever, they do the word of the day. I think our word of the day is relief. We feel relieved that that story came out, and taking 2 of 3 was definitely a relief. I think for Phillies fans, I don't know. I know we have a text on the Phillies, so can you give us that one, Tom? And then we'll get to a couple of our Eagles texts. Are people feeling better today? You said there was crickets last night on social media.
No, it's crickets on the people who have been constantly flooding my timeline with. So, I've made bets with 2 people that they were going to blow the division lead.
I know you did.
Now, for the AACR, so for a good cause.
So what do we got on the text line there, Tommy?
So we have one positive and one negative, but it's not necessarily on where the Phillies are right now. I'll give you the negative real quick. Took an injury for Dombrowski to stop shoving Austin Hayes down our throats since he had to trade for him. Defense got better with Marsh in left field and Rojas back and being the field general in center. Let's leave it that way.
Well, defensively, yes. Offensively, no. Austin Hayes is a better offensive weapon than Johan Rojas. Now, I said this, John, I didn't hear Dave Dombrowski's press conference after the trade. My baseball intellect, my scouting.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you're a baseball guy.
I'm a seam head. I saw Austin Hayes as a platoon guy with Brandon Marsh.
And within a day, Rob Thompson the next day, because it happened during the game.
Yeah.
Before the next game, that Saturday night game, he said that Austin Hayes was going to be the everyday left fielder, is what he had said.
And we've now since seen Brandon Marsh be the everyday center fielder facing two lefties as starters.
And I would tell you that I would still be of the belief that the best the Phillies can be is Rojas in center batting ninth, Marsh and Hayes being the platoon. And now Hayes is injured for a little bit. He'll take that slowly because you don't want anything to haunt you. But the defensive play in center field, and Marsh did have a wild one on last Sunday, but the defensive play in center field drops off so much.
Well, prime example, yesterday's missed fly ball.
Oh, my gosh.
And then what Rojas was able to then do when they were down 4-1, that catch he makes at center field.
Well, it just saved, it stopped the bleeding.
Yeah.
And then he comes up and he beats out an infield single with his speed, steals second to be able to score on that double by Kyle Schwarber to make it 4-3. He is literally, by the way, on the heels of crossing him, of Castellanos, I believe it was. He is on his heels. He had caught up to him.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I mean, he's just, look, he does certain things well. I believe this lineup and this team should be able to afford to have Johan Rojas play center field and bat ninth. It's the best defense they have.
Absolutely.
And next year, Trey Turner cannot be their shortstop.
Yeah, and
he's got to be their second baseman.
They'll get there when they get there, and then we'll also find out if Bryson Stott is actually the shortstop or not, because he's become a platoon player in his own right. All right, what's the positive text?
All right, so we got another Mike in Turnersville here who says, good to see the Phillies win the series versus the Dodgers, get back to winning games, and also keep the Dodgers on their down spiral. D-backs and Padres now only 3 out, however. Much prefer D-backs or Padres win that division. To avoid them early in the playoffs, would love to face the Dodgers early in the playoffs. They are currently a mess.
Well, look.
I'd rather avoid them.
I would have rather avoid the Dodgers. I understand being hot at the right time. The Phillies were a mess 2 years ago going into the playoffs.
They were. They went 4-10.
It took an 8th inning.
9th inning, wasn't it?
Yeah. Did it start in the 8th? Did they score a run in the 8th?
No, they were scoreless, I thought.
All right, 9th inning.
I thought.
It took a 9th inning comeback to wake up an entire team that got to the World Series. So, and that team was talented. That Phillies team, despite all the issues, that team was talented. I'd rather not say, you know what, the Dodgers are a bit of a mess right now. I want to take on the Dodgers.
No, I don't want to take on Ohtani, Freddie Freeman. And by the way, when you face them the next time, they're going to have that other guy.
Mookie Betts.
You know, that Mookie Betts
yeah.
guy.
Oh, and their pitching staff will be healthier.
Yeah, a little healthier. Even though I want to see playoff Kershaw.
Well, yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, that's it's been a bit of rough career for him. But look, it's a positive text. I just don't necessarily rock with it.
Right.
All right, we'll get to some more Eagles stuff in a second, but I made a mistake, John.
You did?
I didn't give away a Wendy's gift card in the 8 o'clock hour.
Well, then that's bad on your part.
All right, give me a number. You already gave me 7.
How about this? Let's go with this one. 9.
All right, reasoning?
None.
Okay. Fantastic.
It's just 9.
That's the first time ever.
It's 9.
That's the first time he's not had a reasoning
I always
for
have a reason.
No, like that's like hell. Hell has frozen over.
I do love that. But yes, I can't honestly. I don't improvise
My God, hell is
fart
frozen
after
over.
a baked bean dinner.
Caller number 9 to the contest line 215-263-0975 will win our third of 4 $50 Wendy's gift cards. Wendy's new Saucy Nugs are taking nugs to a whole new level. Choose from 7 different flavors for a whole new way to nug. It's got to be Wendy's, open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location, so that means we have a 4th one to give away at some point this hour. But right now, caller number 9, 215-263-0975. All right, let's get to some Eagles text reaction to our topics today. The Phillies, look, we're excited. We'll preview the series in a little bit, but I want to know what the people are saying about our Eagles discussion today. How are you feeling now that you've had the chance to read and hear other people talk about this story? Are you relieved? Do you not care? Are you annoyed that it was even brought up? Or are there people out there that are still worried about stuff? Like, I still see a lot of people saying that they don't think Jalen Herz has actually taken accountability to it. So what are the people saying on the text line, Tommy?
We got Father Sean in Parksburg.
Love you, Father.
Who says, those who ignore the past are doomed to repeat it. It's important that the team and us go over this story from Tim McManus, and I see a lot of positives from it as well.
So that's biblical. Listen, man.
Fitting.
That's biblical right there.
Yep.
Like that's
No,
more,
it is.
you know.
I mean, it's all right. And Parksburg closer to heaven than a lot of other places due to the elevation.
Well, yes, that's a good point. So
he
hears
may have a
something.
better connection
Yeah.
than like your local priest in Delco or something like
But
that.
he's spot on.
He
Like,
is spot on.
whether it's life or sports, like ignoring what led to a downfall. Let's say Christy and I are arguing about the same thing every single day. Here's something that pisses her off once a week. All right,
Okay.
every week on trash day.
What do you do
Or
wrong?
the night before trash day when I take the trash out. I grab the bag of trash out of the trash bin, and then I go get the trash around the house.
All right.
And every week I forget to put the new bag in.
You mean you put the new bag in the kitchen one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I always forget.
All right.
And then she opens up the thing. She goes to put the trash in. There's no trash bag. And I could think about my issues in the past of not putting the trash bag in and just do it. I shouldn't ignore it. I should fix that problem of
You
mine.
should.
Now, that's a much less... That's not leading to divorce, right? Like, that's not leading to...
That's what you say.
A split up of head coach and quarterback, right? Like, it's not as bad. But why should you ignore the
She's calling
past?
Lundy Law this morning.
Yeah, exactly. You should not ignore the past if it can help you get better. From a fan standpoint, I get it. The fans have nothing to do with the relationship between Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts, but let's not act like that wasn't part of the downfall from last season. All right, give us another text.
All right, we got one here from Timmy in Audubon who says, I hope Sirianni learned a valuable lesson and that he needs to leave the offense and defense alone and let Moore and Fangio coach and make the calls, be a CEO and give interviews. Wait and see how Dallas implodes this year to a possible sub-500 record because Mike Zimmer was hired as a head coach in waiting and don't want to hear anything about McCarthy and the defense, from Mike McCarthy about the defense.
Interesting.
I think it's a... Look,
I don't know if they finish sub-500, but I do think Dallas takes a step back.
I think Dallas is going to take a step back. I've already said I am betting. I believe I'm going to bet, just as the over-under numbers I'm still studying, San Fran, Dallas, and Detroit to all step back. All of them.
Yeah, San Fran's going to be fascinating to pay attention.
It's a tough look. And I know our buddy Bill Colarulo is in the house, and him and I debated back and forth about the Super Bowl hangover, which I don't believe is a thing. And
it might be in week one.
Well, I mean, the Eagles. The Eagles last year had no hangover. They were 10-1, and then the hangover hit. But what I understand is that for some reason, statistics will tell you teams do not get back to where they were.
Yeah, and look, we'll find out about Brock Purdy this year. If his number one wide receiver is gone, and then his second best receiver is injured at times, and his running back is injured at times, we'll see if Brock Purdy's really this messiah.
Yep.
That people make him
That
out
might
to
get
be.
$50 million.
Yeah, he's going to make a ton of money. Now, he's at least accomplished something. He's gotten to his Super Bowl.
He's been to 2 NFC title games.
Like, he's actually accomplished something more so than Trevor Lawrence, more so than a lot of quarterbacks. But
Yes.
still, does Brock Purdy scream $50 million quarterback per year? No, absolutely not. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Coming up next, we'll start previewing this Phillies Diamondbacks series because this is a big one. Like, if you want to talk about momentum, this isn't a big series in terms of where you're going to be come at the end of the regular season, standings-wise, record-wise, whether or not this team will find out what this team's really made of this series. No. But in terms of momentum, being able to keep on moving forward after taking 2 of 3 against the Dodgers, when this team and this fan base was miserable for a month, this series is important for that.
How about revenge?
A little
revenge.
A little.
For last year.
It's not the same.
A little bit.
It's like the Eagles-Chiefs. Like that meant nothing to me.
I'm going to give you another reason, though, why this is a big series.
Okay, and we'll get that coming up next. Thank you for that, Johnny. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Historic night for Kyle Schwarber. I'm Tom Allen.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Tom Alvor and I just had a moment. We're wearing the exact same hat. He's also wearing the Schwarbfest shirt, which is just great decision making on your part.
Schwarberfest
with the 3 home runs yesterday from Kyle Schwarber.
Did you think of that this morning, or had you laid that?
Yes, I was in half awake coming out of my house. I'm like, I should probably put a shirt on, and saw it at the top of the drawer. I was like, it's not a bad day.
That works out well. It's a beautiful night. I mean, it's great. You won the season series against the Dodgers. You won it 5-1. But
you dominated that series, both series against them. Let's be honest. Like you dominated those series.
You really did.
Yeah.
And the game you lost 5-3 was a good game. I mean, that was 4-3 in the 8th inning. You gave up the insurance run, home run to Ohtani in the 8th inning, but I mean, you played them really, really well.
Yeah,
they match up well with the Dodgers.
And as I said to you yesterday, John, I saw the positives that you were seeing, but I wasn't going to be like, all right, that's a moral victory until they started winning ball games. They've now won 2 straight.
Since I made that statement, they've won 2 straight.
And hopefully that continues this series. So let's preview it a little bit. Night 1 tonight, Colby Allard on the mound for the Phillies, which is not something to necessarily be thrilled about. However...
No, but he hasn't pitched terribly.
He hasn't been great.
No, but I mean, he hasn't pitched terribly.
But you know who has pitched terribly? If you want to hit the drop, hit it for the Diamondbacks fans. Jordan Montgomery.
How about this? Last 4 starts, Jordan Montgomery. He has pitched 14 2/3 innings.
Total.
He has not gone 15 innings in his last collective 4 starts.
That's amazing.
Oh, by the way, Dave Dombrowski maybe deserves a little bit of credit because a lot of people wanted Jordan Montgomery, and look at how that worked out.
Yep.
I was one of them, too. I'll admit it.
I was anti. I was also
against
anti-Blake Snell.
See, I was not anti-Snell.
Snell did throw a no-hitter the other day, but he's had
the injury thing, too.
Off season, too. I mean, look, I get it. Nobody's really sitting here going, wow, I feel confident they'll keep on winning because Colby Allard's on the mound. But you could say, hey, if they have to win a hitting duel, this lineup should be able to go well against Jordan Montgomery, who has a 6.37 ERA this season. And Tom puts up on the board the D-backs are 18-5 in the last 23 games. Look, if you could score 6 runs against Jordan Montgomery, his ERA is 6.37. You score 6 runs against this guy with your bullpen, you should be able to take care of business.
Can you split the series? Because here's what I'm going to tell you about. You've already won the season series against the Padres. You've already won the season series against the Dodgers. I don't know that people are really paying attention that the Padres and the Diamondbacks are 3 games back at the Dodgers.
Oh, yeah, they're going on a
that is a 3-way blood fight for the division. The Phillies go into this series 2-1 in the season series against Arizona. They took 2 out of 3 here in Philly. You split in Arizona, you will then have the tiebreaker over every West team. Every team in the West should have come down to home field advantage over the division winner. So it's something else to look forward to. You got to get 2 wins in this series.
I'll say this, bare minimum 2 wins.
Bare minimum, yeah.
Like if they lose this series.
Yeah, but if you go bare minimum, that's 5-5 on that road trip.
Right, and that's great. Yeah.
You would have taken that.
No, but I'm saying, they can't lose the series. If they lose the series, I'm going to be back to being like, all right, so are they actually out of it? Because now you just lost to a lesser team, the D-backs, despite how hot they are right now. Colby Allard, Jordan Montgomery, expect the bombs be bursting in air. All right, there should be a lot of home runs in this game. Zach Wheeler versus Ryan Nelson. Zach Wheeler gets the edge. Aaron Nola versus Zach Gallen. It's a great pitching matchup. Christopher Sanchez versus whoever they go up, because right now it's TBD. I'll give the edge to Christopher Sanchez.
I will absolutely.
So I have a legitimate edge in pitching in 2 of those, Zach Wheeler and Christopher Sanchez. Legitimate edge in the pitching matchup alone. Montgomery doesn't scare me.
Nolan's been better than Gallen this year, by the way. Gallen's had a little bit of a down year, let up 5 earned runs in his last start. So you might
He's
have
still
that
very
one.
good.
He still is, but you might have that one as well with how good Nola's been.
So they should win. They should, bare minimum split.
No, Barry, look,
they should win this series.
If it's Monday morning and we come in here and this team, they went on the West Coast trip, that 10-game stretch, and went 5-5, I am completely fine with it. I want 6-4 because that's what I said they would come home.
Right.
6-4.
And oh, by the way, 5-5 with the context of you started out 1-2, losing to the Mariners, dropping 2 of 3, and then coming back and taking 2 of 3 against the Dodgers.
Yes.
Like the context of that's pretty good. Like taking 2 of 3 against the Dodgers in LA is a pretty big deal.
And then, especially after you swept them here, it's awesome. I mean, it really is. It's a great turnaround. I sensed it from Saturday night, though. Even though they blew that game Saturday night, I started to see Saturday, Sunday, and Monday that they were playing a better brand of ball.
They were playing better.
And to me, I was just waiting for it to.
My
break
worry
through.
was the mentality of the clubhouse that after blowing a nut, like, oh, we finally got one, and then they blow the lead and they lose. My thought was, how is this going to trickle down into the clubhouse? And look, to their credit, it doesn't seem like they've allowed any of this stretch to really affect them.
Once again, so you can't accuse me of it, that is the greatest strength of a Rob Thompson leadership.
Yes.
His clubhouse stays very even keel. And that, to me, believe me, I've seen enough of it. Managers can affect the mood of a clubhouse. They hated Joe Girardi.
Oh, yeah.
He made it tense. Rob Thompson makes it relaxed and loose. Now, that doesn't excuse him for pitching to Freddie Freeman last night with an empty base with 2 men on and 2 outs. But that said, it was a great turnaround last night. Hopefully it continues.
All right, what do we got on the text line on any of our topics today? Phillies or Eagles? You can text the show. You can call in as well. It's 610-632-0975. But we always love hearing from you guys about today's topics. What do we got, Tommy?
All right, we got one guy who says, I'm 32 years old. Any kid that danced down the line in the Little League World Series, next up is getting one in the ribs. Gritty did that, so a good start when it comes to our Little League.
We're now sending messages to Little League kids.
Yeah, you got to do that.
Dude,
got to do what you got to do, man.
You're plunking kids. Like, look, I don't know if kids plunked kids in my Little League because maybe they had a beef in the hallways. But I don't remember anybody celebrating and then the next batter getting a message. Like, dude, come on.
Look, man, respect the game.
Honestly, look, I think it's
Make it boring then.
I think no, it's not about making it boring. It's not about it at all. It's about just, I don't know. Is now nothing matters. I think today for a lot of people, nothing matters. Nothing matters about how you play the game with respect and dignity and everything like that is now scoffed at.
He's not walking down the line flipping off the pitcher.
No, it's
he's not saying, "Oh, I hit your pitch over the wall." He's not saying that. He's doing a TikTok dance down the third base line.
Can I ask you this? How would your dad have handled it?
How would my dad have handled it?
Yes.
20 years ago, he probably would have said something to the opposing team's coach, but time has changed. Society has changed.
Well,
baseball has changed.
And you think, no. First of all, it's not baseball. It's Little League. That's like saying little kids' soccer is professional soccer or is Premier League.
It's the sport of soccer.
It is. But it is not. What has changed? What we expect. That's what's changed.
I think people
have
lightened up.
So you think it's for the better?
Dude, I think there's within reason.
Within reason, it's for the better. But some of the crap that I see, it's not. I agree. I completely disagree with you. Like, I think what has changed? I say, well, yeah, we've changed. Things have changed. You know what's changed is people just say now they set far different standards. And I would tell you that it's not all for the good. Within reason, having more fun around Little League, I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, I think that should be that way.
When it gets to the level of ridiculousness, I think there is some ridiculousness.
But you know what? Even
on.
You said this, and you're not wrong when you said this, John. That most guys in the major leagues didn't play in the Little League World Series, right?
No, they did not.
So this could be like their favorite time of their life. So let them enjoy it a little bit more. Like,
I got you.
I don't know. Sometimes you need one in the ribs. That's all I got to say. Jay in Westchester says,
yes, sir.
I believe they will be fine. Talking about the Eagles, Jalen is a competitor and wants to win and be great. Nick is a competitor and wants to win. I think their egos are big, but not big enough where they should be willing to risk everyone else's success due to their own negligence.
I love it. I love that answer. And I hope it's true.
I hope so, too.
I hope it's true. I hope it's true that they both have checked their egos at the door.
And that's why we turned this story into a positive. Like, I couldn't go on the air yesterday once we were reading the show and then continue it today with like, oh my God, is this going to lead to the issues? No. Because here's the deal, John. We were worried about it.
Yes.
Up until day one of training camp.
And
day one of training camp happened. They squashed it. They talked about it right away. And we said, okay, that's great. So I would be a hypocrite if I went back to that nervous energy now that a story
No.
came out that they squashed on day one of camp.
But I got to tell you, the story's worse than I thought it was.
Yeah, oh my God, yeah. The people that say, "Oh, we already knew this," no,
you did not know this because you're not there. Like you don't even have the access that we have.
Right.
We don't have all the access. This is worse.
Yeah, what came out yesterday is the reason why they had the demise, or the biggest reason why there was the demise. All right, coming up next, we'll have the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. We'll get some more of your text messages. Bill Colarulo coming your way at 10 o'clock, but it's time now for an Olympic update.
Westwood One Sports presents this.
Salciunas on this Wendy's Thursday morning, and we still have one more gift card up to grabs. I'll tell you when. Oh, you have a number? All right.
In honor of Ray Dunn's second anniversary, the second caller.
All right.
Ray Dunn's 2 years in the building.
Congratulations to Ray Dunn, and congratulations to whoever caller number 2 will be on the contest line right now, 215-263-0975. Caller number 2 will win our final $50 Wendy's gift card for this Thursday. Wendy's new saucy nugs are taking nugs to a whole new level. Choose from 7 different flavors for a whole new way to nug. It's got to be Wendy's. Open until midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Ray Dunn is not eligible, though.
And he came in on a side of Team Salciunas as far as the Little League World Series. And then he said, I don't want to make an old joke at your expense, And I said, yeah, because the world's so much better with the way it's changed now. It's just such a better world we live in.
Has the world ever been better?
The world's been a hell of a lot better than it is right now. A hell of a lot
When the
better.
Little League World Series wasn't on TV every single day. Yeah,
it was better.
It was
Okay.
better.
There you go.
It's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
So I want to ask this question for you all today. It's 610-632-0975. Now that you've read the story, now that you've had a chance to think about it, how are you feeling? For me and John, we're relieved. I think there are a lot of people that are still kind of like, this could still be maybe boiling. Maybe it's not fully boiling, but the burner is still on, so it's keeping the water at a certain temperature that if I turn it up just a little bit, we'll start seeing the bubbles. I think there are a lot of people that just don't care. Like, there were people, I was listening to Bill yesterday. I think he ran a poll and like 45% of people didn't even care about the story.
Because they don't want to believe that anything is going to derail this season. Bottom line, they don't want to hear anything negative. There's a large portion of the fan base that they don't want reality.
Right.
They want you to come on the air and they want you to tell you the Eagles are going to win, everything's great, they're awesome, and don't worry about stuff that really is important. And yes, the conflict between the head coach and the quarterback, it really is important.
Yeah, it is important. But it seems like that might be
like it's
done.
worked out, yes.
And I think that might be why people didn't care about the story, because they already heard them talk on day one of training camp. But I don't know, I got closure. I got a sense of relief. I've weight lifted off my shoulders.
Nick Castellanos has once again been a savior for the Phillies in a time when they needed him. The unlikely hero has stepped up.
Hi, my name's Andrew Salciunas.
No, I know, but I'm telling you.
And I support this message.
I got you, but Dylan McTrollan has been on this with tweets every single game.
I got you.
No, and Nick.
Well, just because I don't tweet doesn't.
Nick's been a lifeline.
I told you he was going to get up to 240, 250. He's at 245.
No, but I agreed with that too. I didn't see him though at a time when they needed him most.
Right.
And he'd be the guy wearing the cape. And then when they hit him with the pitch later in the game,
his reaction was baller.
Awesome. And then
that's a big miss, dog.
And then Matt Strom. And I will give Topper credit.
You didn't think he had it, did you?
I guarantee you that Topper said you hit him. And I loved it.
From inside the Birds, and of course here on 97.5 The Fanatic, Andrew DiCecco joins us. Andrew, what's going on, man? Good morning.
Well, I thought it was a very comprehensive deep dive into what we were all exposed to last season. Obviously, there's a lot more clarity, but being around it as often as I have last season, Andrew, it was something that you obviously got the sense that there was a lot of tension there, but maybe not to that magnitude. There was obviously friction between the head coach and the quarterback, and that tends to, when you have a dissension there with two prominent figures in the organization, it tends to trickle down. And what you saw was it really bled into the rest of the roster, and I think that's where you saw the disconnect. But I think right now what you're seeing in training camp, everything's always good in August before any meaningful games are played. You see him riding around the golf cart. It seems like everything's good, and it will be, because winning cures all.
This lineup should be able to sacrifice the ninth hitter to have the best defensive player on your roster sitting on the bench. It makes no sense, but they won the game. It's damn good, and I loved that last time.
Yeah, and hopefully this goes in the right direction.
It was awesome.
Now, Kyle Schwarber, 3 home runs yesterday.
That's unbelievable.
Honestly, the first thing we should say is thank you, Kyle Schwarber, for just being Kyle Schwarber. When I started thinking more and more about that story, as much as it still pisses me off that they peed away an opportunity last year, we said that a lot yesterday, I'm kind of relieved that it's out.
Yes.
I got closure.
We know what happened now.
Right? Like, I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Now, we're all going to have the same reaction. If there's a weird look between the two of them, Hertz and Sirianni on the sideline.
A weird exchange
right.
or something, yeah.
Or maybe they start 2-2, which could very well happen. If they lose the first game in the Packers, they would then have to win the next all three games against the NFC South to go 3-1. I think they can do it, but it's the NFL. They could very well be 2-2. And if they're 2-2 through 4 games, when a lot of people have them starting out 3-1 or 4-0, we're going to see, all right, what is there any turmoil between the two of them? So we'll all have it in the back of our minds. But now that the story's out, now that I know it's both of them, they both are to blame, and they both had things to work on, and it seems like they are working on them. John, I'll be honest with you, man. Like, I feel relieved.
I also feel relieved because of this, and it's something I missed yesterday. Because we were doing the story on the fly.
Yes.
We actually were reading the story as it hit in the morning while we're doing a show. Here's something that wasn't in the story yesterday that makes me feel great.
Okay.
There was nobody, and that was a multiple source piece.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody saying that there are residual problems between the two of them.
All right, that was the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show. In about 3 minutes, we're out of here. And then you'll have Bill Colarulo and Andrew DiCecco, who joined us earlier today. You can hear that again on 97.5thefanatic.com. Give that a listen, but then also give a listen to the next 4 hours when Bill and Andrew do a show today on middays. Ray Dunn producing the show. But I saw something during the crossover, or during the Key 3.
What did you say?
I want to run by you. So that ML Football, one of those aggregate, Twitter accounts, tweeted out that Darius Slay needs 7 more passes defended to pass Tremont Williams and Doc for 8th all-time in NFL history. 8th all-time.
Well, he's had more chances than Doc, hasn't he?
Well, yeah, because of the position.
Exactly.
Right?
So, I mean, I would almost expect that, but that's pretty awesome. That's it. I mean, we've talked about it. Last year I did not want both of the 30-plus-year-old corners re-signed. I think it played out that way. But I didn't expect Darius Slay to play at the level he played last year.
Mm-mm. So
he's played great.
The ML Football puts out a Hall of Fame career in all caps, which I don't think Darius Slay screams Hall of Famer.
No.
But to be in the top 10 all time is a specific category. Now, I don't know when they started, tracking that. And, oh, by the way, we know how much passing has changed a lot. But in a league where we talk about how corners are at such a disadvantage, for him to have had the career that he's had and consistently, guy's been a hell of a player in his career. Maybe not Hall of Fame. Definitely not Hall of Fame. But a tremendous NFL career for Darius Slay, and hopefully it continues this season.
Yeah, and I'm expecting really good things. I truly am. Should be fun, and I'm looking forward to hearing the guys today. Hey, join our generous partners, FT Young Heating and Air Conditioning, and make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR, because cancer research saves lives.
All right, we'll be back at it tomorrow. Payday, right? Tomorrow's a Fanatic Friday.
It's a Payday Friday.
Payday Fanatic Friday tomorrow. We can't wait. Tommy, thank you for filling in today. Connor out until Monday. Brendan Gunn will be in for him tomorrow. Tom, great job as always. Midday show coming your way next with Bill Colarulo and Andrew DiCecco for Kincade and Salciunas. Have a great rest of